Welcome back in. Welcome back. I just noticed on the YouTube my thumbnail doesn't even look like it's supposed to. I'm like, what is that about? What happened there, YouTube? Hang on, guys. I'll give everybody a chance to get back in here if they're coming. Let me see something. I'm checking something while I get you guys filtered back in. That hearing just about wore me out. Here we go. This was scheduled out on YouTube, right? I guess I didn't mess it up. I'll have to go in my studio later and fix everything. Hey, Rachel. All right, welcome back, guys. We'll wait just a couple minutes, see if anybody else wants to come in and join. I found the clip. Well, I didn't find the clip, Rachel. At the end of Maureen's testimony is when she brings up, can I clarify my past testimony? And I didn't finish watching that. I just found it, and I was like, okay, we'll start there. We'll start there, and then we'll go to the medical examiner's testimony so we can maybe not be here too terribly long. Another hour or so is fine. God, streaming trials is crazy, especially when you're trying to pack in other content along the way. It gets a little, it's kind of making me rethink the way I might want to do things. I don't know. Girl, I've seen so many intense. That last hearing they had April 9th in Idaho was an intense hearing. A marathon, 8-hour damn near hearing. We had to take a day off from Lori Vallow Daybell's trial to get that one snuck in, and that was an 8-hour thing. It's just trying to keep up with everything while you're streaming a trial. It's just a little bit, it's a lot. You saw that this morning before the live about the testimony of Maureen? Yeah, because she was still testifying when I went live. I stopped watching her testimony and then went live, so it happened in between the two there. The medical examiners, yeah, Rachel, if you're talking about that, I agree. We're going to take a look at it. We're going to get started here in just a second. We're not going to wait terribly long because everybody can catch us on the replay. They're welcome to. I'm not even sure how many we'll have in here, but it doesn't matter. We're just going to do us, right? So that's how we're going to do it. Firefly is still at work too. Let me put this up here. Let me get this ready. Yeah, the Emmy. Yeah, YouTube is doing something crazy. I don't know if it was trying to. Okay. Yeah, we're going to fast forward through stuff, because some accounts do start. There was one out there I know who is stopping during the mid trial, stopping during trial, and they're commentating, and then they're just turning it back on, letting it go. I don't know how long they're there all day doing that, but I'm like, oh, I don't even know if that might get aggravating to some people after a while. But yeah, figuring out the best way to do it, and the best way your community that it works for everybody as a collective. That's what I'm going for. So we're going to figure it out. I know some start them later so they can fast forward through everything. So let's start taking a look at Maureen's, the end of her testimony. So the state is up, just re-questioning her about, the piece of glass and the hair that was found. I don't want to hear all that again because I understand it. I know this stuff was probably never there to start with until somebody put it there. It would have blown off in the wind. I'm over that now. But it's what she says at the end that what caught everybody's attention. So we'll hit play on that. I know you guys can hear it well.
You said that you removed the hair. What do you do after you remove the hair?
The hair is placed into a small glassine envelope, then placed into a larger manila envelope, and then I signed and sealed it, gave it the appropriate case number and item number, and then secured it in our storage room.
Can that hair be further tested.
Yeah, butterfly, I'm
Yes.
thinking that.
Is that something you would do or a different person?
I don't perform testing on the hair. I performed a microscopic examination of it, and then additional testing can be performed by a different unit.
Let me ask you some questions about where you found the hair. You saw the two different angle pictures yesterday that you described.
Yes, I saw 2 pictures of that hair yesterday.
You were also shown some video where the car had snow and ice on it. Is water a conduit? Does water ever act as an adhesive?
Objection, Your Honor.
Does water act as an adhesive? Did you really just ask for that? Yeah, I'm a
Can we stop that,
lady
please?
who cleans. I understand what you're saying there, sir, but no. Was it
Can you see
frozen?
that's 5:54 p.m. on 1/29/22?
Yes.
When you first saw this vehicle, it didn't have that snow on the right back near that taillight, did it?
Objection, Your Honor.
Ask it differently, Mr. Brown.
When you saw this vehicle for the first time, did it have that snow packed into the back right of the car?
No, to the best of my recollection, there was no snow on the vehicle when I saw it.
And the hair where you found it, you see the red back taillight, the piece of red that's showing?
I do see that, yes.
In reference or relative to that red, was the hair to the right, left, below?
I don't recall at this time.
Okay. Do you see the ice or snow on the right side quarter panel of that Lexus?
I don't see it on the quarter panel. I'm not sure what you're speaking of.
If we could move that video forward, please, to 702. And then to 749, please. Stop. Go forward just a little bit, please. Stop. Okay. There's still remnants of snow. Did it look like that when you first saw it?
No, I believe I did not see any snow on the vehicle when I saw it.
If you could fast forward, please. Thank you. You can take that down. Thank you. You were asked if you had any information about when damage occurred.
Yes, that's correct.
What is it, Butterfly? What's going on? Tell me, because there's something, it seems to be something odd is going on. Do I need to drop this whole thing and start over? Picture looks distorted. Is that the picture doing that? No, it looks fine on my end. Does it look distorted to you guys? Can you hear it okay? Is it that the only issue? Now, the picture they were showing in court was distorted looking. That's not us. You know, that was their stupid photograph. But how does she look to you guys? Let me pull up my chat on my phone because it doesn't come up quickly on Restream and I don't know what anybody's saying. Okay. Picture of the vehicle. Oh, okay. Yeah, it was distorted on their end, huh? Not ours. Yeah, we're good then. Yeah, I don't even know why they showed that picture, just to show the snow and trying to see if water could adhere the hair, I reckon. I'm so over her testimony, y'all. I started tuning it out yesterday. At some point, I'll be fine. I'll be honest with you because I already understand her testimony, and they're just going to go over and over and rehash the same stuff. At some point, I start tuning it out when I got the information I wanted. Okay, cool, Butterfly. All right, just making sure we're good to go because it seemed to be a little twitchy on the YouTube. I want to make sure. All right, so she should be getting to the part here where she's thank you. Yeah, that car picture was terrible. I don't know what they were trying to prove with that. It was some kind of like it's called a glitch if you go into CapCut or Canva and you use something similar to that as a filter. It's called the glitch filter. So I don't know what the hell they were glitching that for, but here we go.
Correct.
And you offered us, you don't have no idea, right?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'll allow that.
No, I do not know when the damage occurred.
You were asked whether or not damage existed on that car prior to that day, prior to January 29th, 2022. You remember that question?
Yes.
Did you know there are ring videos of that car from January 28, 2022?
No.
I want to show you some photos and ask you a few questions. If we could have 147C, please. If you could close up. Do you remember what that's a picture of or a photograph of?
Yes.
What is it?
That is a tear that was on the right sleeve of the gray sweatshirt.
The threads coming from the side of that hole?
Yes.
Those threads, could you pull those?
Now, do y'all think, see that hole, and we know there are other holes like that, with this big giant, the big gouges in his arm? It's weird.
Those threads and pull them out by hand if you wanted to?
Can you repeat that question?
If you pulled on those threads, could you pull thread from that hole if you wanted to?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'll allow that.
No.
I don't know. I didn't attempt to pull at them at all.
Did you examine them to see if they were woven or loose, those threads?
Yes.
Okay, and what were they?
They were loose, the fibers that had started to separate off from the shirt. Separate and weave. I don't want to say they were separated from the shirt completely. The weave was starting to separate.
If we could have photograph 57. '57, 57.
They went dark, guys.
Are those the red cups that you saw?
Yes.
And what color is the fluid inside?
I noted there was red-brown stains inside.
Okay, and do you see that white object, the rag or the paper towel?
Objection, Your Honor. Scope.
Yes, sustained.
Well, you were asked about, you can take that down, you were asked about who had custody of items. You only have custody of items once you receive them, right?
Yes, that's correct.
If somebody had access to that rag and dipped it in those cups and then smeared it on the taillight, and you went and tested, would you potentially be able to find that red liquid on the taillight?
Objection, Your Honor.
It's sustained.
If strands of cloth were pulled from those clothing and placed in the taillight area, would you know when they were placed?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
When you get to a scene and you examine an area, if you don't see it firsthand, is there any way you can date when items are placed on an object?
I'm sorry, can you ask that one more time, please?
Sure. When you look at an area like a taillight, if you found blood or cloth or another item in that area, would you know when it was placed in that area?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'll allow that.
I think,
And if an item like blood or cloth was placed in that area, is that something you would be looking for in your examination?
Yes, Judge.
in which area?
Say the taillight, for example.
If there was an object placed in the taillight, would I be looking for that? I would be looking for any item evidence. I'm not specifically looking for anything. I'm just looking for anything that could potentially be evidence.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Anything further, Mr. Liston?
Your Honor. If we could, Your Honor, have 147C republished. Would it be acceptable to move it along if Ms. oh, you have it? Okay. If we could have Ms. Gilman, I have just one question, Your Honor. Thank you very much, Ms. Gilman. 147C, I believe it.
Okay, I think you already had it up there.
No, it's this one. Yeah,
Okay.
exactly. Thank you, Your Honor. Do you recall Mr. Brennan asking you just moments ago a question about this depiction?
Yes,
And to be clear, this is the right sleeve of the gray hoodie, correct?
yes, that's correct.
You didn't perform any analysis of this area of the right hoodie, did you?
I performed damage analysis on each of those tears on the sleeve.
Right, but you didn't perform an analysis as to the source of that item, what it could be, correct?
Can you rephrase that question, please?
Sure. You didn't do any analysis of what could have caused that hole in the sweatshirt, did you?
No, I did not.
No further questions. Again, thank you for answering my question.
Your
All right,
Honor.
Ms. Hartnett, you are all set.
I wanted to correct something from the record yesterday. I wasn't sure when was appropriate to do that.
Okay. Do you recall which lawyer asked you the question?
Yes, Mr. Alessi asked me the question.
Your Honor, are we going to proceed along with that?
So why don't I see you outside?
Thank you.
Sidebar, obviously. I don't know what happened with that, guys. So we'll have to. Let me see. My fast forwarding abilities are good. Oh, they got the fan. Okay. What do y'all think about that? She wants to correct something that she was asked by the defense. And I don't think we're going to get that correction, so we're not going to know what it is. What is the jury thinking about that? Right? What does she mean she wants to correct a testimony from yesterday? It looks like it, Rachel. It very well could be, right? Look like a puncture wound, right? Versus then you have to think though, even if the dog got him there, or scavenger animals, there would be more that would. Why is there just like holes? Did he come in, have time to take a sweatshirt off and hang out, and then they put it? I don't know. It's weird. Still a lot of unanswered questions. And they muddied up the waters, unfortunately, with shady cops. That's the problem. Can you trust anything coming out of the evidence at this point, right? That's why this case is such a hot mess. I know a lot of people were going in hard about this case yesterday. There were a lot of photos that surfaced on the X with Karen, John's niece and nephew, text messages between John's niece and Karen, and they were all given to somebody by Karen apparently and put out on social media. And I'm like, man. And they didn't even blur the kids' faces at first. Then they went back and did that. And I'm like, I don't want no part of that. I just kept scrolling. I just didn't want to see it. Just kept scrolling. They're cussing each other out in the thread, comment section. Horrible.
Yes.
All right, let that play finish. So the sidebar was called by the prosecution, I think, or I can't remember which one did it just now because it's hard sometimes. But she said she needed to set the record straight about her testimony yesterday that she gave when the defense was questioning her, and that triggered a sidebar. I think the judge was about to let her maybe go there, but she shouldn't have. And even if it is for the defense, we don't know if it was in a good way or a bad way clarification. We don't know. But they went to sidebar, had a discussion, and I guess they decided we're done with her. We're not going to question her any further. Which then again left more questions for the jury. Why would this expert come in and testify, or the CSI lady, and then she wants to clarify her testimony? That's not a good look. So now they're bringing on the medical examiner. We're going to fast forward through her name and all that good stuff because I'm just like not trying to sit here through all that. And of course, they got to go through all her training and experience like we care. I mean, it matters, but I already know what she's a freaking medical examiner. Obviously, she went to school somewhere. Oh, come on. Hang on.
His body. You were also asked whether you considered any part of
It took it back too far.
The
Okay. Here we go. Yeah, well, they can't leave well enough alone. Apparently, they want to sit there and cuss each other out in the comment sections about it.
Court of the session, please be seated.
It's wrong. It's,
All right, Mr. Lassie, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Dr. Scordi-Bello, and welcome back.
Thank you.
I want to move on to a slightly different aspect of the hypothermia discussion. So, you've acknowledged previously that hypothermia is a very difficult diagnosis to make, correct?
Correct.
And you acknowledge that in your grand jury testimony in this proceeding, correct? Do you recall that?
I do.
And you indicated in that grand jury proceeding generally that diagnosing hypothermia is based on contextual clues. Is that correct?
On autopsy findings and investigative information, yes.
Right. And the last part, investigative, and that's that legal part, sort of the law enforcement contribution. Is that correct that you're referring to?
Correct.
You diagnosed Mr. O'Keefe with hypothermia based upon certain medical data that you believe you observed in the gastric area and the pancreatic area. Is that correct?
Correct.
And just for, I think most people will get this, to just be clear, gastric is sort of synonymous with the stomach.
Stomach.
And then we know the pancreas is a separate organ. And in your autopsy, you observed for example, the lining of both the stomach and the pancreas. Is that correct?
I'm sorry, what was the word you used?
Let's start with the stomach. Did you observe the lining of the stomach as part of Mr. O'Keefe as part of the autopsy?
Yes, I observed some hemorrhages in the lining of the stomach.
We'll get to that, right? But I just want to talk about the organs and what aspects of the organs first, and then we'll get to that. And with regard to the pancreas, what aspect of the pancreas did you observe?
I examined both the external surface and the tissues around it, as well as the pancreas itself, by making several cuts.
And there was also a histopathology report that was relevant to both the stomach and the pancreas, correct?
Correct.
Histopathology?
Spell it, Mr. Lassie.
Histopatholgy. So that
okay, so her testimony just started, so this is the prosecution up. We haven't even got to her cross yet, so she's literally just started, which was this morning, but yeah. They went to sidebar and decided no more Maureen, she don't need to correct anything she said. We went on to the medical examiner. So this is the state questioning her now.
histopath information informed
Is it?
your hypothermia?
Sometimes I can't tell his voice and the other guy's voice different. So she just started her testimony this morning. The one usually up first is prosecution. So what happened here? Am I just confused, or I know we didn't start her late? Did we? Do I need to go back and double check my things, y'all? Like, now y'all got me questioning what this is. Hold on. Because see, they were at sidebar. Oh, they went to lunch. Hold on. Maybe that, you're right. Hold on, Rachel.
And look at
My mods are,
It appears to be.
okay. Let me get caught back up to where her testimony starts. Thank you, Rachel. Thank you for recognizing their voices when I can't. Y'all, my stuff's all starting to run. They're all beginning to sound alike in all these states where I'm covering stuff. Maybe I need to slow my roll. Because it literally cut from sidebar of that lady's testimony a second ago. I don't know what that happened. Yeah, well, we're going to get back to the beginning of her testimony then, because I don't want to miss why he's crossing her. I don't want to do that. I don't know why it did that. See,
If
when it went from sidebar to that lady to the ME, it just jumped there for some reason. I think I went too far. I may have. Like maybe for error, not report.
Why don't I see counsel at sidebar, please?
Then, geez.
The city of New York.
Okay, that's good. She's telling all about her stuff. Part I was.
Morning. My name is Irini Scoribello. That's spelled IRINISCORDI-BELLO. I am a medical examiner employed by the Commonwealth of Massachusetts.
how long have you been a medical examiner for?
In the state of Massachusetts since December of 2016. In general, I've been a medical examiner since 2008.
Did you attend medical school?
Yes, I did.
Where did you attend medical school?
I completed medical school in New York City at the Mount Sinai School of Medicine, now known as ICANN School of Medicine.
Did you attend a residency?
Yes, I completed my residency in anatomic pathology at the Mount Sinai Hospital.
Is that what you specialized in during your residency?
Yes.
After your residency, did you go right to the medical examiner's office or did you work anywhere else?
After my residency, I completed a one-year fellowship in forensic pathology that was done at the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner for the City of New York, and then I went to work as a medical examiner.
Is there a certain type of doctor you are? Do you have a particular?
Yes, I am a forensic pathologist.
What are your duties at the medical examiner's office?
My duties and responsibilities at the medical examiner's office include performing examinations and autopsies to determine the cause and manner of death in cases that fall under our jurisdiction.
How many other doctors work with you at the medical examiner's office?
I think there's close to 20 of us. I don't know the exact number.
The medical examiner's office, are you responsible for all counties in Massachusetts as far as doing examinations and autopsies?
No, I work, my primary location is in Westfield, Massachusetts, where one of our satellite offices is, and we cover Worcester County and the entire western part of the state. There's 3 offices in the state, the one in Westfield, the one in Boston, and the office at the Cape, in Cape Cod.
You mentioned that part of what you do is to try to determine manner and cause of death.
Yes.
I use the word autopsy generally without too much detail. Can you describe to the jury what the process is when you're trying to determine the manner and cause of death?
You would like me to explain what an autopsy is?
Please.
An autopsy is a large surgical procedure with 2 main parts. The external examination, which is an examination of the outside of the body, where we document physical characteristics such as hair color, eye color. We document any identifying features such as scars or tattoos, height, weight, and then we also document any signs of disease or any signs of injury on the body. The second part of the autopsy is the internal examination, where we make surgical type incisions on the body and we examine the internal organs of the neck, the chest, the abdomen and the pelvis, as well as the head and the brain. Part of the autopsy procedure, and this depends on the kind of case we're doing an autopsy on, might include other studies such as taking evidence, toxicology, which is done on almost every case, and any additional dissections or any additional steps we might feel we have to take. But that's, in general, what an autopsy is.
Do you ever seek the assistance of any other doctors or professionals that have specialties in your determination in an autopsy about manner and cause of death?
Yes, absolutely. We often, well, like I mentioned before, we perform toxicology on almost all our cases, and those samples are sent to the toxicology state lab. We also have a board-certified neuropathologist and cardiac pathologist in our office, and very often we will consult with them in determining cause and manner of death.
Are cause of death and manner of death the same or 2 different things?
They're 2 completely different things.
Can you explain to us what the difference is between the 2 of them?
Yes. Cause of death refers to the disease or the injury that initiates a sequence of events that ultimately leads to someone's death. So that disease or that injury can be a natural disease such as atherosclerosis or coronary artery disease, or it can be some sort of injury. The manner of death has to do with the circumstances that led to the death. So there are 5 manners of death that we use in our practice. The most common one is actually natural. Natural means that the person's cause of death, the disease that killed them, was due to natural causes, and that would include heart disease, diabetes, cancer. All those are natural processes that take place in the body that lead to death, and so the manner of death is natural. If trauma or an injury is involved, then we have to decide. Then let me back up. If trauma or an injury is involved, then the manner of death is no longer natural, and therefore it could be that the trauma was inflicted in an accidental manner, in which case the manner becomes accident. If it was inflicted by another person with the intent to cause harm, then the manner becomes a homicide. And if the trauma, and when I say trauma, I should include both physical and chemical trauma. Chemical when it comes to intoxications due to drugs, etc. If the trauma was self-inflicted, then the manner of death is suicide. So we have natural, accident, homicide, suicide, and then the fifth one is what we call undetermined or could not be determined. That is when the circumstances in a case are not. And
My ears couldn't take it no more. Like, I can't stand those commercials that come on the radio in the car, and it's like normal, and at the very end, for like 30 seconds, the guy just talks so fast you can't make out one word. That's my enemy. I don't like it, and so I had to slow that stuff back down for a minute. It was getting me dizzy. And thanks for the feedback, Butterfly. I appreciate you.
entirely known or clear to us, and the information that we have does not support one manner of death over another. In that case, we classify the manner of death as undetermined.
When you are conducting an autopsy and making an analysis and attempting to reach a conclusion, you said when you looked at in a case, is your case and what you do different than procedure in a prosecution's case?
Can you repeat the question? I'm not sure I understand.
I can. When you're making your determinations about cause or manner of death, do you have any limitations?
Okay, so the cause of death is something that is determined by the autopsy. That is my opinion or our office opinion as to the disease or injury that led to that person's death. So that is, I don't have any major limitations unless we're dealing with cases where, the body's decomposed and we're not able to do, all the testing necessary. But in most cases, the cause of death depends on my findings during the autopsy. The manner of death, yes, there are limitations because it's circumstance driven, and so the circumstances might not be known to us at the time of the autopsy. They might not be known to us ever, and therefore, while the cause of death is my medical opinion, the manner of death depends on information I get from other people.
Are you always able to reach a conclusion on manner of death?
No, that's why I said that in cases that we cannot, that manner of death is classified as undetermined.
I want to now ask you about whether or not you examined John O'Keefe.
Yes, I did the autopsy on Mr. O'Keefe.
When you examined Mr. O'Keefe, did you work with a team or by yourself?
No, we always work in a team. The team is made up of the medical examiner and a medical examiner's assistant that helps with the actual performance of the autopsy, especially when we examine the head. And then, of course, we work with the toxicology lab and, in this particular case, our neuropathologist.
The medical examiner's office, is that a division of the Massachusetts State Police?
No.
Is it a division of the Norfolk County District Attorney's office?
No.
Is the medical examiner's office independent?
Yes.
When you conduct an autopsy, are representatives of law enforcement or district attorney's office able or allowed to attend an autopsy?
Yes, they're usually allowed to attend the autopsy if they wish.
Is that an uncommon practice?
No, it's not uncommon.
Would you remember when your autopsy of Mr. O'Keefe occurred?
Yes, I performed the autopsy on January 31st of 2022.
If you have notes,
Yes, I do.
I think you'll be able to use them, but we'll just want to indicate that you're reading from your notes if that's the case. Thank you.
So you can use your notes, Doctor, just.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. When you began the autopsy of Mr. O'Keefe, do you know who, if any, representatives from the Massachusetts State Police or the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office were present?
I don't remember their names. I do believe there were 2 individuals, and every person who attends an autopsy has to sign a log, and their names would be logged in our records. I don't remember their names.
What is the role of law enforcement relative to the actual physical autopsy? Do they have any role?
No, they're not part of the autopsy. They don't have a role. Their role is to observe. Sometimes they will ask questions, and based on my findings, they might, go on and do their investigation.
Does your office photograph things of interest, like injuries on the person that you're doing the autopsy on?
Yes, we do.
Is law enforcement allowed to take their own photographs as well?
Yes.
Did you, in fact, memorialize your findings in this case?
I did.
Are there a number of different ways in which you memorialize your findings?
Yes.
I'm sorry.
I took notes, physical notes, pen and paper. There's a report that's issued within 90 days of the completion of the autopsy, and then photographs, digital photographs.
You mentioned a report is due in 90 days. Is that often referred to as an autopsy report?
Yes.
Why 90 days?
That is the standard that is set by the National Association of Medical Examiners. We're part of NAME, and therefore we try to have a finalized report for all our cases within 90 days, because we know that families are waiting for these reports, and therefore we do our best to finish a report within 90 days.
Did you, in fact, complete a so-called autopsy report in this case?
Yes, I did.
In addition to the autopsy report, well, included in the autopsy report, do you make handwritten notations about locations of injuries?
Yes.
And share with us how's that done. Is there a picture or a graph?
There's a diagram, a body diagram that we use to mark the location of injuries.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
May I?
Yes.
Do you generally recognize what these documents are?
Yes, these are my diagrams from Mr. O'Keefe's autopsy.
And can you just very basically describe each one of them?
Some of them. Yes, the first one is a body diagram. A lot of things have been whited out, but it's the diagram that I would use to make note of any injuries. The second one is a diagram of the face and the skull. I would also use this diagram to make notes as to any injuries on the face. And the third one is a diagram of the inside of the skull, what we call the base of the skull, as well as different views of the brain itself. Again, I would make notes to point out different injuries.
Thank you. As you are noting injuries in your autopsy report, these diagrams, they start off blank?
They start off blank, and then they're filled out as we go along.
And you fill out all the details you find important in your report?
Correct.
For reference, And to assist us, I have some blank diagrams that I may ask you to point out things on the blank diagram for us.
Okay.
And Your Honor, I'd ask permission, I've spoken to defense, to use these simply as a chalk.
Sure.
No objection, Your Honor.
Before you begin an autopsy, do you seek any medical records if available?
Yes. When a case is called into our office, depending on the time and the day that it is called in, our intake department, who are the people initially on the phone taking the information, will start asking for both medical records as well as police reports. So in the morning, when we start the autopsy, it's possible that we have some records. Sometimes if a decedent is brought to us from the hospital, there might be some records that come along with the body. But to answer your question, yes, we always ask for medical records, what we call PCP records, which are primary care physician records, any records from a hospital where the decedent may have been, and investigative reports, police reports.
Do you recall whether you had access to John O'Keefe's medical records from Good Samaritan Hospital?
I did have access, yes, in the day, I believe the day of and the following day.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Subject to any later reactions, I would move the Good Samaritan medical records into evidence.
No objection, Your Honor.
Exhibit 155.
Thank you.
This time I would move for identification all photos of Mr. O'Keefe's injuries at Good Samaritan Hospital for identification.
Okay. Exhibit JJ for ID.
Further, this time I'd move for identification all OCME, Office of Medical Examiner photos.
Okay.
Exhibit KK for ID.
Thank you. Your Honor, at this time I'd move all CSSS autopsy photos for identification.
Can I just have an understanding of the acronym that you use?
With the court's permission, Ms. Gilman, if you could put up the diagram, full body. If you could enlarge that a little more. Thank you very much. Could you explain this to us?
Yes, this is the diagram that we use during every autopsy. As you can see, we note the name of the decedent. Every case has its own number. In this case, it was 22-1697. And then we take note of, as I mentioned, during the external examination, physical characteristics such as hair, eyes, teeth. And then on this diagram, we would note any scars we see on the body, any tattoos we see on the body, any injuries we see on the body, and any therapeutic interventions. Those would be things that are sometimes done either by emergency medical personnel or at the hospital. Everything would be noted on this diagram.
Now, if you could take us through, I'm going to ask you, we'll go body part by body part, if that's okay. I'm going to ask you to begin with Mr. O'Keefe's face, the front of his face. And if you could enlarge that, Ms. Gilman. Thank you very much. Did you notice any injuries on Mr. O'Keefe's face? And if so, could you, I think there's a pointer available for you, doctor? If you could point out on the diagram what you observed.
So on the diagram, well, first of all, there was medical intervention on Mr. O'Keefe that included an endotracheal tube that had been placed to help him breathe. But once all the intervention, all the medical devices were removed. I observed on his right upper eyelid a 1 centimeter laceration. So as we're looking at the diagram, this is the right side and this is the left side. So on his right eyelid, there was a small laceration. I also observed abrasions on the anterior and the left aspect of the nose. So the nose would be here on the front and the left aspect. Abrasions are scrapes. Lacerations are tears in the skin. I should probably explain that. Then there was some bleeding and some swelling of the eyelids of both eyes.
Does that complete your analysis?
For the front of the face, correct, yes.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Doctor, I'm showing you a photograph. Do you recognize what's in that photograph?
Yes, this is a photograph of Mr. O'Keefe's face.
Does that photograph depict any of the observations or injuries you made that you just described to the jury?
Yes, it shows the small laceration that I noted during the autopsy on the right eyelid. You can see some of the swelling and some of the bleeding over his eyelids. And that's pretty much all I can see because it's a side view.
Is there an apparatus?
There is what we call an endotracheal tube, as well as a C collar or a C stabilization collar. That's something that would have been placed on him by medical personnel.
All right, we'll just get evidence and ask for instruction.
Okay.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right. So, folks, during the testimony of Dr. Scordi-Bello, photos will be introduced to you. They're photographs of John O'Keefe that Dr. Scordi-Bello from the autopsy. So you'll have them in the jury room with you. I'll put them in an envelope, or I'll ask that they be put in an envelope. So if you don't want to look at them now, you don't have to. At some point, we'd ask that you make sure you look at it. These photos are not pleasant, and you may find that they're graphic. But what's important for you to know is that your verdict must not in any way be influenced by the fact that these photographs may be unpleasant or graphic. The defendant is entitled to a verdict based solely on the evidence and not based on pity or sympathy for Mr. O'Keefe, which might be occasioned by these photographs. So consider the photographs only as they draw your attention to a clinical, medical status, or to the nature of Mr. O'Keefe's injuries, or to the nature of the incident itself. So they'll be displayed up on the screen for you as well.
The last exhibit is Exhibit 156.
Thank you.
Ms. Gilman, could you show the jury? And doctor, can you point out the injuries you were describing by using the diagram, or when you were using the diagram?
So the laceration, the small laceration that I previously described would be here on the right upper eyelid of Mr. O'Keefe. You can see some discoloration that's bleeding under his eyelid and what I would describe as swelling. The endotracheal tube and the neck collar are also present here, and the other injury which I noted was on the front and left side of his nose, which you cannot see here because this is looking at the right side of his face.
Okay. Take that down, please. You mentioned that there was something about his eyes that was notable?
Yes, there was bleeding or hemorrhage, as we call it, on the eyelids, as well as swelling.
I'm going to ask you more detail about that later, but was that observation important in your ultimate diagnosis or conclusions? May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
There was an abrasion on his nose on the front and the left side. And the way they're described, the injuries we already know about, to the fractures to the the head and the way these eyes, are they alleging this guy was bending over or facing her car? I'm trying to just in my brain put these injuries with a car impact. Abrasion to the front of the nose is a little odd. It could be caused for what I don't know.
I'm showing you another photograph. Do you recognize that?
Yes, this is another picture showing Mr. O'Keefe's face. Again, the medical intervention is present, and you can see more clearly now the discoloration on the upper eyelids.
Is this vantage point helpful for your ultimate conclusions and diagnosis?
Yes.
Your Honor, move this again.
No objection, Your Honor.
Exhibit 157.
With the court's permission, I'd like to show this to the jury.
Yes.
P645, please. Doctor, could you point out what was significant regarding Mr. O'Keefe's eye area?
So I noted that there was discoloration, that's bleeding, that's blood, that's under those eyelids. The eyelids appear puffy, that's what we call edema or swelling. And then also there were two abrasions, two scratches on Mr. O'Keefe's nose. You can see one here and then the other one on the more front part of his nose.
Okay, could you take that down, please?
Rachel, I saw things on Twitter in the past, and like I said, when this case was going on the first time, I would stop and look at the photos of the bodies sometimes if I saw them somewhere, but I would just keep going because I didn't know what to believe from this case, and I didn't want to listen to the echo chamber, right? So I tried to base it on stuff like that. But yeah, I've seen stuff. But I'm paying attention to the things these witnesses say, because no matter what social media says, right, no matter what mainstream media says, this jury is going to decide this woman's fate. And I'm trying to hone in on what these jurors might pick up on. Whether I personally believe he was hit by a car or not, really, I'm trying to gauge the jury. They don't have all the stuff we have. So they already know there's skeptical questions, right? About what went on and possibly in that house, because the defense is getting there. It's not their case. They can only go and, pick apart what the state's presenting. So when their case gets up, it's going to be a whole different ballgame. But yeah, when you're describing to these jurors these injuries, what's going through their mind is where my mind process is. And if I'm hearing there's abrasion on the front of the nose and the side, now my mind's got to figure out, well, how'd that front abrasion get there, right? Coupled with I already know there's some shady stuff going on. So yeah, so when I think out loud, that's where my thought process is usually, because I have a good indication of where I sit with it, but I don't know where the jury sits with it right now. It's hard to gauge them, on what they're being presented. So that's where my thought process goes to a lot of times when these testimonies are coming out, is what's the jury's take on this? Well, they're getting ready to see all the pictures. They're going to get all the pictures handed them in a big envelope in just a few minutes. The judge just said that, and they're going to start displaying those photos in just a few minutes on that screen. They're not going to, I don't think they showed them to the public. They may have first time around, but I don't, from little bits I skimmed through earlier, that's what it appeared. They weren't showing the pictures to us anyway. We'll see.
If we could move down a bit to the chest and stomach area, did you make any observations about this area, Dr. Scorbello?
The observations that I made on the chest were that there was, as I mentioned before, there were defibrillator pads on the body, and there was an abrasion that's very commonly seen in people who have undergone resuscitation. Internally, that abrasion and the whole resuscitation apparatus was associated with some anterior rib fractures, which are also seen in cases of resuscitation, but I didn't make any other notes in terms of trauma on the chest or abdomen.
I'd like to move to the arms and the hands, if we could come down just a little bit. Let's begin with Mr. O'Keefe's hand or hands. Did you make any observations regarding Mr. O'Keefe's hand or hands?
Yes. On his upper right arm, I noted that he had a superficial abrasion, so it would have been, you can
we move that down a little bit?
move it
please?
down a little bit. Yeah, thank you. Doesn't seem to be doing a very good job. Okay, somehow doesn't want to
Sorry
work.
if that's not working well.
It's projecting here, but not on the actual picture.
Okay. There may be a second pointer.
I can do it here.
Okay, great.
Yeah. So on the right upper medial arm, that would be the inner side of his arm, there was a superficial abrasion. Again, that's a scrape. Then on his right posterior arm and forearm, so not exactly on this aspect of the arm, but on the back side of the arm, which would be in the back of the diagram, there were multiple abrasions, which I described as ranging from 2 to 3 millimeters and up to 7 centimeters. Then, yeah, if you could move the diagram down, please. Again, there is a back to this diagram. I don't know if you could put that on the screen. There we go. So this is now the right side, and this is the left. I noted that there were 2 bruises on the back of his right hand, also a faint scratch on the back of his left hand. And then moving down to the lower extremities or the legs, if you could please show the front, there was a small abrasion, a small scrape on the side of his right knee.
May I approach your honor?
Yes.
Doctor, I'm handing you a photograph. Do you recognize it from that photograph?
Yes.
What is it?
This is the back of Mr. O'Keefe's right hand, I believe.
That's fair an accurate depiction of how his hand appeared when you examined him?
Yes.
What is the evidence, please?
No objection, Your Honor.
Okay.
Exhibit 158.
With the court's permission, I'd show P647 to the jury.
Oh, there we go.
And could you explain, you said there were 2 bruises. Could you point those out for us?
Yes. There's one here and one here.
Did you attempt to assess those, determine whether you could conclude or opine on a cause of those?
No, I did not. Well, I take that back. I'm sorry. So this particular one has 2 small little pinpoint defects in the middle, which we sometimes see when emergency personnel tries to get access to a vein for fluids, for intravenous fluids. So, but I did not put that in my report. I just described it as a contusion.
Is it common to see that type of coloration where medical personnel put intravenous or other types of support into somebody's hand?
Yes, it's very common for the skin to bruise when someone tries to get access to a blood vessel.
The other coloration that is unrelated to those two small points, would you have a description of what those are?
No.
I'd also like to show you exhibit number 1. Exhibit number 1, please. Thank you. You use the word superficial. What does that mean?
Superficial means that the abrasion is on the superficial layers of the skin, usually the epidermis and sometimes the dermis, but there's no penetration of the skin.
See, here's the thing with that IV bruising. There should be medical records from the hospital that tell them which arm or hand they try that in, because here they do that. My kids had tons, and I've had way too many IVs. And sticking a person with collapsed veins is an issue. It takes a hot minute, and it's hard to find a good vein. So if you got a man who isn't blood pumping all these things, that is very plausible, but the medical records from the hospital should match that. You know what I mean? So we'll have to wait and see. It's odd to see those two little black dots because I know what IVs look like. I know what blood sticks look like. My daughter's a nurse, and like I said, I've had this done so many times, I'm sick of it, right? I know what it does to my body, especially if my veins collapse from dehydration. So I'm paying attention to all of that. It's odd, but the hospital should be able to provide records to say where he was stuck. They should have kept records of that, I should say. But they probably didn't, They're the hospital. Apparently you can do whatever you want over in this town. Oh, come on. Quit being swamp signal-y. Every time I stop it, is it going to do that? I don't want to take it down. Okay.
When you're assessing to determine whether there's any penetration, do you measure the length of the wound or the abrasion?
Penetration would be measuring the depth. If there was actual penetration, I would have to measure how deep into the skin. For example, when we assess stab wounds, we have to measure the depth of the wound. In this particular case, you can see that these are scrapes or scratches, and there's no exposed underlying fat or muscle. And therefore, to answer your question, I measured their length and gave a range, but I did not measure their depth.
As a routine practice during an autopsy, doctor, if there was penetration or depth, would you, as a routine, measure that?
I would make a note of it.
Are there any such notes in any of your autopsy findings or reports about depth?
No, I did not make a note on the depth of these ones.
Do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty as to how those superficial abrasions occurred?
I do not.
And I asked you about the hand, which we just saw, and I should ask you the same question. Do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty how that coloration, aside from the medical intervention, do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty how the other discoloration happened on Mr. O'Keefe's hand?
I can state to a reasonable degree of medical certainty that that's a bruise, a contusion, but I cannot tell you how it occurred.
And to summarize finally what we've been through so far, regarding the scrape on Mr. O'Keefe's right eye, Can you provide an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty how that scrape occurred?
No, I cannot.
You mentioned for us that when you looked at Mr. O'Keefe's legs, you observed bruising on his, or a small scratch on his right knee.
Correct.
I don't want to summarize it. Can you describe that
Can we turn
more
the lights on,
specifically?
please?
Thank you.
Yes, I described it as a half-centimeter abrasion on the right lateral knee.
Did you see any marks or abrasions on his left knee?
No, I did not.
Was the mark, scratch on Mr. O'Keefe's right knee on the inside or the outside of the knee?
It was on the lateral aspect, which would be the outside.
Thank you. May I approach?
Yes.
Doctor, I'm handing you a photograph. Do you recognize what's in that photograph?
Yes.
What is it?
This is a picture of Mr. O'Keefe's lower extremities, his legs.
Is it a fair, accurate depiction of how his knee appeared when you did the autopsy?
Yes.
All right, we'll go to the evidence, please.
No objection, Your Honor.
Okay.
159.
Thank you.
With the court's permission, I'd like to show the jury 9467.
Yes.
You used the word lateral and you talked about abrasion or a scrape. Could you look at this photograph and could we enlarge it, Ms. Gilman, and could you point out to the jury and explain what it is that you saw?
Yes, you can see the abrasion here with a little bit of adjacent discoloration, but this is what I was describing.
If you could zoom back out, please. And you didn't see any similar type bruising or abrasions on the left knee?
No.
During your autopsy, did you notice any injuries internally to Mr. O'Keefe's rib area?
Yes, I did note that there were rib fractures on the anterior, that would be the front, of his fourth and fifth ribs.
And so would that be his left or right side?
It would be both the right and the left, and it would be the part of the rib that is closer to the sternum.
Is there a number of ribs that had fractures, or are they connected as one?
The fourth and the fifth, both on the right and the left, close to the sternum.
Have you, in your experience, seen ribs fractured during first aid or medical intervention?
Very often, yes.
Given your experience and your study of Mr. O'Keefe's body, do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty how those rib fractures were obtained?
I believe those rib fractures were due to resuscitation.
And you have that opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty?
Yes.
I'd like to show you a different diagram, one of the head area. If we could enlarge the bottom right. Thank you. Using that diagram, could you assist us, doctor, and explain to us any observations you made about the back of John O'Keefe's head?
Yes. The main observation was a laceration that is a skin tear on the back of Mr. O'Keefe's head, to the right of midline. So this would be the midline. The laceration was somewhere here, is what we call the right occipital area. And associated with that, there was an abrasion over it that would have been here. So this was what we call a compound injury, an abraded laceration.
We'll turn in a few moments to your autopsy observations about the inside of Mr. O'Keefe's skull. But first I want to just show you a photograph relative to what you described to us. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Showing you a photograph. Do you recognize what's in that photograph?
Yes, this is a picture taken at the time of autopsy. This is the back of Mr. O'Keefe's head. The hair has been shaved off so that the injury can be clearly photographed, and it's a laceration with an associated abrasion.
Thank you. Do I move this into evidence?
Okay.
No objection, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Exhibit 160.
Show that to Ms. Gilman, please.
When you examine the laceration, do you measure it?
Yes,
And did you measure it in this case?
I did measure it.
How long was the laceration?
I measured it as 2.5 centimeters, which is close to an inch.
Do you examine a person's body before you begin to intrude? Do you examine the outside of a person's body first, or is there a certain procedure or order?
Yes, the external examination is done first, and the internal examination is done second.
I want to show you that photograph that you just recognized, and I would like you to explain what you see to the jury. Ms. Gilman, with your assistance. Thank you.
This is the laceration that I noted, and this is the scrape that's associated with it.
Take that down, please. After you make observations, what are your next steps in an autopsy?
The internal examination, after the external is performed and pictures are taken, then we proceed with the internal examination of both the, as I mentioned before, the torso, the body, as well as the head.
I'd like you to take us through the internal examination. Did you have a chance to look internally behind the laceration you saw on the back of Mr. O'Keefe's head?
Yes.
And when you did that, could you describe for us what you saw?
Yes. The way we examine the head is we make an incision with a scalpel behind the ear from one side to the other. That allows us to reflect or pull back the scalp, and that will expose the skull underneath. We do this carefully so that we don't disfigure clearly the face. And when we reflected, or when we pulled back the scalp, I noted that there was blood, what we call hemorrhage, under the laceration or associated with the laceration on the back of the right head. And then furthermore, there were skull fractures associated with that laceration abrasion on the right side of the head.
Were the skull fractures in the same or different area?
The skull fractures were in multiple areas of the skull, what we call the base of the skull. Imagine the base of the skull is sort of a bowl, and the brain sits on top or in the bowl. When the brain is removed, you can have a very good view of the base of the skull. So when the brain was removed and we were able to look at the base of the skull, I noted that there were multiple fractures that appeared to be originating from the area of the laceration, or what would correspond to the area of the laceration.
When you made your examination of the fractures in the skull, did that lead you to your opinion, or was there more you needed to look at before you came to an opinion about the cause of death?
Well, that was part of the findings that led to my opinion, but yes, I removed the brain, and as is our protocol, I saved the brain in a special solution called formalin that allows the brain to become a little harder, so that our neuropathologist in Boston could go ahead and examine it. Because when I did look at the brain, I noted that there were injuries. There was bleeding on top of the brain, and therefore I saved it. The brain ultimately went to our Boston office, and our neuropathologist, Dr. Stonebridge, examined it and issued a report.
Did you engage in any type of analysis on your own about any injury to Mr. O'Keefe's brain?
I noted the kind of injuries I could see superficially on the brain, and I have looked at the brain after it was fixed and pictures of it, but I did not issue a report on it. The whole point was for our neuropathologist to examine it closely and issue a more detailed report.
I have a few more photos. Would now be an appropriate time for a break, Your Honor?
Yes. So, jurors, why don't we take 15 or 20?
That fan's getting on my nerves. I'm like, ah. Wow. Yeah, if they put a line in his leg, even that would be documented somewhere, you'd think. I looked at that bruise and I'm like, I'm not so sure if that was caused by a needle. Usually they do it if they do a pick line, or they're going to do a but if this guy was, pronounced dead pretty much right away, it wasn't like they went, so I don't know how far their lives, they did it. They got a trach in him. I don't know if that was, I guess, at the scene or in the ambulance on the way back to the hospital, trying to get him to respond or whatever. I need to see medical records as well from what took place at the hospital. I know the defense has all that. They can't be. They're pretty smart. They know what to look for.
You consider stand wherever you're more comfortable, doctor, for now.
Yeah, Rachel, it's hard for some people, isn't it? But it's not really for me. I don't know why. This kind of stuff doesn't bother me. I probably could have been a medical examiner. I'm not sure that would have bothered me either, because I compartmentalize stuff really, really well. I'm trying to match up these that's when I would see. That's the thing about true crime. When I'm listening to this type of evidence, I'm trying to match it up with what they telling me happened. I know jurors get squirmy about some of that stuff, though, but families don't like those descriptions, right? I get it. I've got reports like this in my hand, not right this second, but I've had them. I understand it. But what I can compartmentalize everything at the same time. But it has to be hard for families to sit there and hear. But they've already heard it once, so they're a little conditioned. So hopefully they can compartmentalize stuff. Yeah, the ER doc should come up and testify. If I was the defense, I want that guy. I want everybody I can get to testify as to what went on in the ER, step by step, all the things, you know. That's why these trials take so long, because you do got to bring in all these people. We all just saw that mess we just went through in Idaho a few minutes ago, trying to get all that scheduling stuff ironed out. Because there could be just so many witnesses, right? What are they doing? Yeah, you know, I don't know what to tell y'all when y'all get annoyed with the BS. It does get aggravating, but I don't know what to tell people. I'm just like, it's aggravating, but I'd be more aggravated with the judge and the jury at this point, because there was already a trial had. You know, that's where my anger would lie. Was y'all botched this case. They could have came to a conclusion if y'all had instructed them properly and things of that nature. Um, so I think the defense is doing a pretty good job this time around of pointing out all the BS about the law enforcement in this community. I don't know how well they were at that in the first trial, you know what I mean? And I honestly want to tell you, I'll be straight up honest with you, I think there was just so much external noise with that first trial. I don't know what happened there. Why the jury ended up, it's just a circus, and it shouldn't have been. Trying to contain the circus is important. And that's what Judge Hippler's trying to do, bless his heart, in Idaho, is contain the madness. I'm not so sure they did a good enough job at that.
Presence and quantify
Let me take her back just a minute.
of toxicology.
She's going to get into the toxicology stuff now from John, which we all know they were drinking, so I don't even know if it matters to me. Of course, he may not have been in 100% because he was drinking, but
All right, Mr. Brennan.
Doctor, when we left off, you had described all the injuries to the exterior of Mr. O'Keefe, and we had talked about your observations of both the fractures in his skull and also your observation of Mr. O'Keefe's brain. You mentioned earlier that you use other resources, other testing. Did you ask for any type of assistance on toxicology analysis for Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes, it is routine, and it is protocol to submit toxicology specimens to the lab for examination.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Brennan. Doctor, I'm handing you a document. Do you recognize that?
Yes, this is the report of toxicology from the State Police Crime Lab for Mr. O'Keefe's autopsy.
Have you seen that document before?
Yes,
Is that a fair and accurate depiction of the report we saw before?
yes.
Do you want to introduce this as the next exhibit, please?
No objection, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Exhibit 161.
Thank you. I have that in front of me.
Sure.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
In your experience, Doctor, are you familiar what the toxicology report and the testing involves?
I'm sorry, what was your question?
Are you familiar in your experience with what is involved in a toxicology test?
In general terms, yes.
And if you studied Mr. O'Keefe's toxicology report, was that important or part of your analysis in your ultimate conclusions?
It was one piece of evidence that I took into consideration, yes.
In the toxicology testing, is there a search to see if there are any type of drugs or medications in Mr. O'Keefe's blood?
Yes.
Okay, and was there any?
There were no prescription medications, there were no illicit drugs in his system.
In a toxicology, is there also a testing for blood alcohol content?
Yes.
What is the difference between ethanol in heart blood and ethanol under 1102?
In vitreous humor?
Yes.
So we usually submit multiple specimens for toxicology. Some of the specimens are used for screening of classes of different drugs, and then other specimens are used to confirm, the presence and quantify a particular drug. So in this particular case, the lab tested the heart blood, which showed that it had an ethanol level of 0.21 grams per deciliter. And they also tested the vitreous, which is the fluid that sits behind the eyeball. And in that specimen, the ethanol was slightly higher at 0.28.
Thank you, doctor. After your autopsy and observations of Mr. O'Keefe's body, inevitably did you come to a conclusion about the manner and cause of Mr. O'Keefe's death? And I'll ask you first about the cause. To a reasonable degree of medical certainty, did you reach a conclusion about the cause of Mr. O'Keefe's death?
Yes. The cause of death was determined to be blunt impact injuries of head and hypothermia.
You mentioned two different things, blunt impact and hypothermia. Was
Correct.
there a primary cause of death in your opinion?
The blunt impact injuries of head.
Hypothermia, was that sufficient to be a primary cause of death in your opinion?
In the absence of head trauma, hypothermia is a cause of death, but I'm not able to make that determination in this case because we do have the blunt impact injuries of head.
So if I understand, you are not saying to a reasonable degree of medical certainty that hypothermia was the cause of death?
Not the primary. It contributed, but the primary cause of death was blunt impact injuries of head.
Did you learn what Mr. O'Keefe's body temperature was when he was brought to the hospital?
Yes, some of the medical records stated that his body temperature was 80.1, I believe, degrees Fahrenheit.
And what is a normal body temperature?
98.6.
Regarding the blunt force injuries as the cause of death to Mr. O'Keefe, at some point when you were conducting your autopsy, or even at the end when you drew your conclusions, were you able to reach a conclusion as to the manner of Mr. O'Keefe's death to a reasonable degree of medical certainty?
No, I was not.
After you complete your findings, including the manner of death and the cause of death, even if undetermined, are you required by statute, by law, to file a report or a document?
Yes,
And what is that document?
it's the death certificate.
Did you do so in this case?
Yes.
When you file a death certificate, do you include your ultimate conclusions regarding cause and manner of death?
Yes, there is a death certificate that is issued immediately after the autopsy. The death certificate is a document that is necessary for the family in order to make funeral arrangements and proceed with their plans. So a death certificate is always issued at the end of the autopsy. If the cause and manner of death are known at that point, they are stated on the death certificate. If they are not, or if we need to do additional studies, then both the cause and the manner are listed as pending. And that death certificate is sufficient for the family to make arrangements. Later, as we get more information, as we get more results from our studies back, we issue an amended death certificate. So that amended death certificate will have a cause and a manner. The amended death certificate, in this case, stated that the cause was blunt impact injuries of head and hypothermia, and the manner was undetermined.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Doctor, I'm handing you a document. Do you recognize that document?
Yes.
And what is it?
This is the final or amended death certificate for Mr. O'Keefe, stating that the cause of death is blunt impact injuries of head and hypothermia, and that the manner of death could not be determined.
Do you recognize that document as accurate?
Yes.
Your Honor, move this into evidence, please.
No objection, Your Honor.
Right?
Oh. How did we
162.
After issuing the death certificate and after the 90 days passed, have you done any further study or investigation on this case, Doctor?
No.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
I'm gonna drink my coffee and listen to this. Oh boy, I want to hear him ask the questions I want asked, or I need answered in my mind. Well, you know what, Rachel? Proctor done found out he's no count. You're just a cop, buddy. You can't go bossing around the ME, telling her to change her stuff. She's not in your pocket, buddy. Like, I'd like to have a shot at that guy myself at this point. What is he, MIA? He's somewhere cowered in a corner, isn't he? Oh, boy. Yeah, I heard that happen, Rachel. That's, like, I've heard stuff, but I'm trying to stick to, that's why I'm trying to avoid social media right now about
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
We have not had the pleasure of meeting, so
And honestly, that's why I went back and cheated, like, jurors aren't supposed to, but I went back and I've watched a little bit of others' testimony, and that's really about all I've reviewed from this case, right? The stuff I'm seeing on social media, the little tiny bit that I did see, I'm not cool with, so I just kept scrolling past it. Like, I'm trying really to avoid reading anybody's, reading it all, because I don't want it to affect my thought process when I'm listening to these witnesses testify, right? So let's let him go, Rachel. Let's hear what he's got to ask her. Because you just got to remember, these jurors didn't sit through trial 1, right? They're on trial 2, and they don't know all this stuff that you guys know and that I know, the stuff that I do know. So, yeah, she should stand her ground. Otherwise, she's no better than the rest of the people in her state. Right? It's not hard to be a good human and do the right thing. Not everybody is willing to go down for a little bit of money in their pocket, right, Proctor? The rest of you dirty cops out there, all over the country.
good morning, Dr. Scordi-Bello.
Good morning.
With regard to cause of death as opposed to manner of death, is it correct that a forensic pathologist is tasked with determining that cause of death that includes contributing factors, injuries, and circumstances regarding the medical legal death investigation? Is that a fair statement?
Yes.
And I'm using the term medical legal. Is that a term that you're familiar with?
Yes.
And is it correct that medical legal means, particularly for medical examiners, that there's a medical aspect to the investigation that you perform, and there's also a legal aspect or a law enforcement aspect to it? Is that correct?
Correct.
And that's a little different than what physicians usually do, right? Because isn't it the ordinary course that it's mostly just medical, but medical examiners by statute and law need to have both of those prongs taken into consideration? Do I have that right?
Yes.
So, in other words, the forensic pathologist, which you've indicated you are, is tasked with determining the cause of death, which answers the question as to why, in more layman's terms, why did the individual's body stop functioning at a particular time, correct?
Yes.
So more broadly, the cause of death is generally defined as the disease or the injury that resulted in the death of a person.
Correct.
So let's now, if we could please, move to the manner of death. And I'd like to summarize, I know you covered it on direct, but I want to put it in a slightly different context, and hopefully I'll get it right. So medical examiners, as you've stated, are also tasked with, if they can, determining the manner of death or the circumstances under which the death occurred, correct?
Correct.
So manner can and does involve the circumstances under which the death occurred.
Yes.
And that causes one to go a little, the medical examiner to go beyond just medical analysis. You take into consideration other factors which we'll get to. Is that correct?
Yes.
So you talked about, and I'm just going to go through them quickly, but if you could just check me on this, the 5 main categories of manner of death. So you talked about natural causes, correct?
Yes.
You talked about accident.
Correct.
You talked about suicide. You talked about homicide. And then the last category, undetermined. Do I have that correct?
Yes, you do.
So what I'd like to do is to focus on the undetermined category. And my understanding is, Doctor, that that's where you landed, that's where you concluded with regard to manner of death of Mr. O'Keefe, correct?
Correct.
So undetermined is a term that is used and that you use, and does that mean that when the information pointing to one manner is not more compelling than other reasonable possibilities, or the death investigation lacks sufficient information to opine on a manner of death, at the time of death, the certificate is signed? Is that generally correct?
Yes.
So, as we've talked about, I'm just trying to follow or just develop some logic and see if this is in agreement with you, that as a medical examiner, you're specifically tasked with conducting that medical legal investigation, and what we've just talked about is a bit of the method of analysis that you go through for that, correct?
I conduct the autopsy, and I request information information from the investigative body that is out there investigating the other aspect of the case, not the body itself.
Yes. So, is it correct that there's 4 general components to a forensic pathologist death investigation? Is scene investigation one of the components?
It depends on the jurisdiction where you practice. Scene investigation is part of forensic pathology in certain jurisdictions, and it is the responsibility of the district attorney and law enforcement in other jurisdictions. In the state of Massachusetts, we are responsible for the autopsy, and the DA's office and law enforcement are responsible for the scene investigation.
Excellent. So scene investigation in the state of Massachusetts is not within your domain in the office of the medical examiner. That is the domain of the district attorney and law enforcement, correct?
Correct.
How about another aspect, forensic autopsy and laboratory testing? That's within your domain, correct?
Correct.
And how about police reports and witness statements?
That is not under my jurisdiction. That is under the district attorney's office and the police.
Do you consider information, nonetheless, from police reports and witness statements in your analysis?
Yes.
And do you also consider, even though it's not within your jurisdiction in Massachusetts, do you also consider information about scene investigation?
Yes.
So it's correct then that you consider, whether it's within your jurisdiction or not, you consider scene investigation and police reports and medical statements, correct?
Yes.
And then forensic autopsy and laboratory testing is right within your jurisdiction, and therefore, of course, you consider that. And then lastly, medical history and hospital records, is it, therefore, am I correct that that's something within your jurisdiction and that you consider in performing your forensic pathologist death investigation?
Yes.
So now let's move on to the application of those principles. So in order to conduct a proper medical legal investigation, the medical examiner has to have certain qualities, if you will. Is one of them being well-grounded in general medical knowledge?
Yes.
Is another appropriate training and experience in forensic pathology?
Yes.
In other words, you wouldn't want a specialist, for example, in cardiology without anything more to be conducting a death investigation. Is that correct?
I would not want them to be conducting an autopsy, correct?
Right. Would you want a neurologist to conduct a death investigation?
Personally, or are you asking me that? No, I don't think every physician has their specialty and their training, and forensic pathologists are trained to perform autopsies, and cardiac surgeons are trained to perform cardiac surgery.
Would you want a neurosurgeon to be conducting a death investigation?
To be performing an autopsy? No.
So you wouldn't want a neurosurgeon to perform an autopsy?
No.
Because you don't believe they're qualified to do so, correct?
I don't believe they've had the appropriate training to perform an autopsy.
Going back into the many qualities of a medical examiner and attributes, they also have to have the ability to form opinions based upon all the available information using the scientific method along with sound reasoning. Is that a fair statement?
Yes.
And you're familiar with the term scientific method?
Yes.
And is it fair to say that the scientific method generally is sort of a systematic pursuit of knowledge that involves recognition and definition of a problem? Is that fair?
Yes.
Is it also involved the collection of data through observation and experimentation where appropriate?
Correct.
Does the scientific method also include the analysis of data?
Yes.
Does the scientific method also include the formulation, evaluation, and testing of hypotheses?
Yes.
And does it also, where possible, include the selection of a final hypothesis after considering other hypotheses?
Correct.
So what we've just discussed is a fair explication, a fair explanation of the scientific method.
Correct.
And the scientific method is part of the autopsy and forensic pathology analysis, correct?
Correct.
Now, applying one concept, that medical legal concept we talked about, just holding for a moment, if you could, the medical and going to the legal, if you will, law enforcement that you said in Massachusetts is not under your jurisdiction, but nonetheless you consider information arising from it.
Yes.
Are you familiar with a person named Michael Proctor? Is that name familiar to you?
Yes, it is.
And at one time, Michael Proctor was a trooper, correct?
Correct.
And so did former Trooper Proctor inform you of the working law enforcement theory at the time of the investigation of this matter, namely his working theory, collision of a motor vehicle with a pedestrian? Did he inform you of that?
He informed our office of that, yes.
He informed your office. And is it fair to say that he informed your office or provided that information to your office in or about February of 2022?
That information, part of that information was provided to our office at the time of the autopsy. One of the pieces of information that had come in, and there were multiple sources calling into our office, providing information, was that this was a possible person struck by a motor vehicle.
And the time of the autopsy, if I have it correctly, was that around the end of January of 2022?
The autopsy was January 31st.
Your Honor, if I could, with your permission, please publish a photograph which Your Honor has and the parties have stipulated, or that's in evidence. And this is the one. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
May I show that to the witness?
Okay. All right, so we will mark this as the next exhibit. There's no objections to Brennan?
No objection.
Okay, so we'll mark it first and then you can display it.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Exhibit 163.
Thank you. May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Dr. Scordi-Bello, if I could hand that to you, please. You could take a look at it, and when you've had a fair opportunity to look at it, you could just look back up, and I'll proceed at that time.
Yes, I recognize the picture. Well, I've never seen this picture before, but I know what it's depicting.
Thank you. What is depicted in that picture?
It's a picture of two individuals standing in a morgue setting, which looks very similar to our morgue at the Cape Cod office.
Very good. If you could just hold that for a moment, and with the court's permission, could I publish that for the jury?
Okay.
Thank you. Mr. Wolf? And if you could please zoom in on the two individuals in that picture. Dr. Scordi-Bello, do you recognize any of the individuals in that picture?
To be perfectly honest, no, I don't.
With regard to the person on the right, do you recognize that person?
No, I don't.
And you said you recognize the setting, correct?
Yes.
And you, if I heard you correctly, you said this is the Cape Cod facility?
It appears to be, correct.
Right. So you testified earlier, if I recall correctly, that the autopsy was performed at the Cape Cod facility of the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner?
Yes, it was.
And you're normally in, as I recall, the Westfield, in an office that covers Western Massachusetts and Westfield?
Correct.
But you were at the Cape Cod facility, as I understand it, because there was a staff shortage and you had to travel down to Cape Cod for this. Is this correct?
Correct.
So you were at your normal home-based sort of facility. This is a facility that you went to for this autopsy, correct?
For this autopsy and multiple others, yes.
Yes. And you were covering a staff shortage, and that was the reason you went to Cape Cod, correct?
Correct.
And what's depicted in this picture are two individuals. For two individuals to be present, is there a protocol that they had to follow to be present for that? like a sign-in or an authorization?
Yes, there is a sign-in sheet that individuals have to put their name and their shield number and before they can come into the autopsy room.
So they have to put a shield number down, correct? You mentioned a shield number.
Yes,
And does that therefore mean that even though you don't know who they are, that they are with law enforcement? Are you able to determine that?
correct. I believe they were with law enforcement.
So those two individuals were with law enforcement, but you don't know who
I
they are.
don't know who they are specifically and what their actual position was.
But they were with law enforcement.
I believe, if my memory serves me right, there was a person from crime scene investigation and someone from state police.
Thank
But I'm working on a 2+ year memory.
Fair, that's fair, that's fair. I'm not going to ask you more questions to probe the memory. We can take that down. And yeah, we are finished with that. If you could hand that to the, thank you. Now, we were speaking about former Trooper Proctor. Do you recall former Trooper Proctor sending you a copy of scene photographs and wanting to schedule a phone call with you so that he could explain the status of his investigation? Do you recall that?
Yes,
And that occurred approximately in March of 2022?
yes, approximately.
Right, and the method of communication of that was that by email, to the best of your recollection?
I requested that our medical legal investigator, we have our own investigators at the office that are responsible for obtaining medical records and sometimes being the liaison between us and law enforcement to get reports. I requested that she contact whoever was in charge of the investigation and set up a meeting, a phone call. So since it had already been a few weeks since the autopsy, I wanted to make sure that if there was any additional information that could be provided to me, I could take it into account, because I had 90 days to issue a report and a death certificate on this case.
Now, you've mentioned the 90 days on direct, you just mentioned it now. Is the 90 days a hard and fast rule, or is it just something you aspire to as a matter of good practices?
It's not a hard and fast rule. It's something that as an office we try to achieve. Again, the reason being that there are family members, next of kin that are waiting for these reports and these death certificates for various reasons. So is it possible to go over the 90 days? Absolutely, if necessary. But we do try to finish our part in those 90 days.
So it's possible to go past the 90 days, but there would, given the considerations you just articulated, there'd have to be a pretty good reason why you'd want to do that, right?
Correct.
And in this situation, you concluded that you had sufficient information on the medical side and the legal side to come to the conclusions that you needed to come to. Is that fair?
Well, I had sufficient information on the medical side because I did the autopsy and I had those findings. I did not have sufficient information that pointed to one manner of death over another manner of death, and therefore I stated that the manner of death was undetermined.
Exactly. So the manner of death is undetermined, and I want to, if I could with you, pursue that a little bit in a moment. But when you came toward the end of that 90-day period, you had information from the law enforcement side on their theory of what had happened, correct?
Correct.
Yes.
I'll let that one stand.
You had performed all of the medical investigation and analysis that you needed to perform, is that correct?
Yes.
There wasn't something more that you wanted to do on the medical side, you and You had mentioned, to be fair, you had Dr. Stonebridge involved as well. You had what you needed on that side, correct?
Yes.
And you therefore concluded on the manner of death that there was a not more compelling or more likely than other reasonable possibilities. Is that fair?
Yes.
So in furtherance of that, on April 14th of 2022, you issued a death certificate, correct?
Yes.
And please feel free to check your report of any dates or any other particular as I go through.
Okay.
It's like I'm following, buddy. Don't worry.
I issued my final report on April 14th, correct, and I would assume that the death certificate was on or around that same day.
Thank you. Now, to back up a little bit with regard to the autopsy, as you stated, it was conducted, I just want to do a little bit of a timeline, on January 31st of 2022, correct?
Yes.
And we discussed that the body of Mr. O'Keefe was presented to the Cape Cod location, correct?
Yes.
And you also discussed that you brought Dr. Stonebridge to work with you on this matter, correct?
She didn't physically come to the office. The way Dr. Stonebridge was involved is at the time of autopsy when the brain was removed, having seen that there were injuries, I saved the brain in a special solution, and then the brain was transported to our facility in Boston. That's where Dr. Stonebridge examines the specimens. And after examining the brain, she issued a report.
Who asked Dr. Stonebridge to become involved in the matter?
I did.
And Dr. Stonebridge is triple board certified, correct?
Correct.
She's a forensic pathologist, correct?
Yes.
That means she's achieved board certification in forensic pathology like you?
Do you know that?
I do.
I'll allow that.
Yes, she's board certified in forensic pathology.
And she is board certified in general pathology, correct?
Yes.
And she's board certified in neuropathology, correct?
Correct.
Can you briefly describe to the jury what neuropathology is?
Neuropathology is a subset or specific additional training in forensic pathology where the person spends a considerable amount of time, usually 1 to 2 years, examining brains and learning all about the diseases of the brain as well as trauma to the brain.
Now, you asked her to be involved, as you indicated earlier, correct?
Yes.
And you determined that she should be involved because there was a brain injury, correct?
There was trauma to the brain, correct.
To the brain. Is it a fair characterization that Dr. Stonebridge is sort of the brains of the brain area of autopsy? Is that fair?
I'm going to sustain the objection. Let's move on.
Look, so with regard to Dr. Stonebridge, would you agree that she's really uniquely qualified in some ways? Or how would you describe her qualifications, Dr. Stonebridge?
Sustained.
With regard to Dr. Stonebridge, what did she do?
I'm going to see you at sidebar on this, please.
We're gonna call it the darn sidebar. I knew that. You knew that. There's certain things she can't testify to, but you're just trying to slip it in there. That's called too many sidebars. And all that group of attorneys running up there, boy, Judge Hippler would have a cow right then, wouldn't he? That gavel would drop, and he's like, I'm done with all of y'all. Go home for the day. Come back tomorrow when you can act right. Oh my goodness. Um, Joe Schmo, this dude cracks me up, guys. I'm sorry, I had a message. Wow. Okay, I'm coming back to you guys. All right. Um, so what are you guys thinking? I I want him to get into more of a descriptive about the possibilities of what could have caused those injuries. I understand if you're board certified and you work in a medical examiner's office, I'm going to take it to heart. You pretty darn well went to school and got a degree somewhere. Coroner elected is different. And medical examiner, I'm pretty sure you got your credentials, right? Um, yeah, yeah, he knew. He knew, Rachel. I mean, it's one thing to ask her, is she accredited? And she knows that, right? She's like, yes. But as far as the extent of her training and all that, she can't speak on that. And he knows it. Do we need to establish more about the brain doctor's training to understand she knew what she was doing? I don't need to get there with that extra stuff. They just prolong our day, don't they? I keep forgetting I can fast forward, guys. But y'all know me. I'll get a little giddy over here and go too far. So let me concentrate. Okay.
Mr. O'Keefe's
Coming back.
body was found in the snow, and his body temperature was 80 degrees, that he
I don't know, Butterfly. After today and some of the statements that judge made about don't make me get you later, they know he is not playing. He done laid down some foundational guidelines and he said, don't do this during trial, right? You do it before, or you may not like the outcome. That judge will get them attorneys in contempt of court in a heartbeat.
died from hypothermia as one of the causes.
I reached that conclusion after performing the autopsy and after seeing some findings that were consistent with hypothermia, and then combined with the information that was provided to me about Mr. O'Keefe's body being found in the snow, I came to the conclusion that was one of the things that contributed.
It was a contributor.
Did you consider whether there may have been other reasons as to why his body reached that temperature of 80 degrees? Sort of applying the scientific method and seeing if there were other reasons?
Other than being out in the snow? No, I did not.
Do you know whether there are other alternative reasons how his body could reach the temperature of 80 degrees?
People can become hypothermic for other reasons, such as sepsis. But in this particular case, I didn't have any reason to believe that that was part of the circumstances.
You're familiar with the medical phrase differential diagnosis, correct?
Yes.
And a differential diagnosis is a term that's used by doctors to pursue other potential causes of a medical injury. Is that a fair general statement?
Yes.
So, for example, if somebody is having difficulty breathing, a doctor may say, I think it's the heart is their primary hypothesis, but they may want to differentially diagnose this and look at the lungs. Is that an example of a differential diagnosis, that let's look at the lungs to see if that may be the problem? Is that a good, fair example?
In the example you're giving, yes.
So applying that concept, and do you believe the concept of, well, applying that concept to this situation, did you perform a differential diagnosis as to the cause of the death and question whether there was hypothermia as any cause of the death of the decedent? Did you make that analysis?
I looked at the anatomic findings that I had at the time of autopsy, the information that was provided.
Sorry, guys, I'm interrupting for a minute. We're going to hit the play button in just a second. Welcome aboard, Joe Schmo. Did you come out of a rabbit hole?
Yes, 3 or 4 of them.
I'm like, dude, close all them tabs. Overstress your brain. We got enough overstress going on, right? So we came up back after the Koberger hearing, and we just started watching the ME's testimony, and they've already did direct once, and so they're up here now. So that's what we're doing. We're watching the medical examiner's testimony. Before this, though, did you catch any of this morning's in this case? So that lady who was testifying yesterday, Maureen, the CSI lady, at the end of her testimony this morning, and we just watched it at the beginning, but they got through questioning her on the stand. She asked the judge if she could correct something she said yesterday when the defense questioned her.
What?
Yeah, which prompted a sidebar, and they never brought her back on the stand. We don't know what it was about.
Oh, that's crazy.
I know, right? So some sort of line of questioning. We'll have to go back and review, what the defense asked her yesterday and see what her answers were and see if we can figure out what it was. But yeah, there was something she wanted to clarify and they're like, the judge was almost about to let her do it, and there was an objection, which sidebar, and then
Yeah, I object to that.
Mhm. But we don't know if she was going to clarify to her defense or help, right?
Right.
But I don't know. So here we are. Everybody's saying hello to Joe from the chat. All right. Well, now that we are not watching live, we're able to stop, comment, and fast forward through all the BS. So if you hear something interesting and you want to shout it out, just let me know.
To me, based on the circumstances where the body was found, and I came to the conclusion that there were hypothermic changes in Mr. O'Keefe's body.
So you just used the phrase hypothermic changes. Did I hear that correctly?
Yes.
Can there be hypothermic changes without a cause of death being hypothermia?
Yes, of course.
So you can have signs in the body of hypothermia, but you can also conclude that a cause of death is not from hypothermia, correct?
If the person is deceased and I am examining the body and there are multiple things that I believe contribute to the death, then I tend to include all of them. Meaning that if this was a drug intoxication and the body also showed signs of hypothermia, I would include both of them on the death certificate, because there is no scientific way of teasing out whether it was just one or the other or both. In this particular case, I had 2 processes that were going on. One was the head trauma, and the other one were these hypothermic changes. I put all that together, and again, included or took into account the investigative information of where the body was found, what the temperature was when the body was found, whether the person was still alive or not, and I came to the conclusion that the cause of death was blunt impact injuries of head, and I included the hypothermia because I saw during the autopsy that there were changes consistent with hypothermia.
So I want to break that down a little bit, if I could, with you. So you testified on direct, and I think you alluded to it here, that the primary cause of death, use that phraseology on direct, was blunt force injury. Is that correct?
Blunt impact injuries to the head, yes.
Blunt impact injuries to the head, and that's the primary cause, right?
Correct.
And then there's, and I'm not clear on what you referred to on direct as a secondary cause of being hypothermia, but you've used a little different phrase in some of your answers, and I want to make sure I got it right. Hypothermic considerations. Can you repeat what it was
It said hypothermic changes.
Hypothermic changes, and we agree that you can have hypothermic changes without a conclusion of hypothermia, correct?
No, hypothermic changes are what I'm referring to are actual things that I can see in the organs that are consistent with hypothermia. They're anatomic findings. They're things I can see with my eyes.
So you can, I'm sorry, did you finish?
And those changes suggest and are consistent with someone being hypothermic.
As you sit here now, with regard to, you used the phraseology consistent with hypothermia, signs of hypothermia, that's what I want to pursue just a little bit.
So I wonder, does the defense think the hypothermia caused that man's death, or the blunt trauma to the head? Wouldn't hypothermic changes occur whether you got put out there at 12:30-ish or 2:30-ish, right? If you're
Well,
out there
probably
for
it
2 hours,
probably depends on how alive you were when you were out there, when you started
out
being
there.
out there. However that
Yeah.
was, whether you got hit by the car and you fell down and bonked your head, or somebody hit you inside the house and they took your body out there. Whatever it is, how alive you were would probably be a predictive of the hypothermic changes.
Yeah, because if the body was deceased, right, it's not going to react
Right.
the same as it was when it was alive, right? With all that.
Exactly.
So, yeah, and then the body temp was 80.1 and 98.6 is normal. So, if you think about it like that, you're like, oh, that doesn't seem like that cold, but that's a lot, you know what I mean? That's a lot lower than what it normally would be. It still doesn't tell me he was out there for 12:30 all night long. I think that if he had been out there all night long in the conditions they've described throughout the hours of the night, would hypothermia have showed a little more than just a starting to happen kind of thing, right? There's indications of hypothermia, but he didn't die from that, she said. It's from
Yeah, and did she ever determine a time of death? Like, have we heard that at all?
I don't think she's got that far yet. Not that I've heard, not since we've been sitting here, but she has not said. They may have said in the first trial, I don't know. So this right now, she hasn't. She's described the injuries to his face, his hands, his knees, the arms, all the things. We went through all the the sizes of the abrasions and things of that nature. But actual time of death cause, I haven't seen that anywhere yet. It's crazy, isn't it? And that's important to know because they always have a determination of time of death. Whether it's
Except in the shady cases, except in Delphi.
right? It's like, why do y'all not? How come those rare, strange cases y'all can't figure out what time somebody passed when you can every other time you can? It's weird. I get it, but there was no body temp taken of Abby and Libby, right?
Correct.
Goodness, crime scene people, get it together out there.
With regard to further information. We got started on this by asking whether you used the concept of differential diagnosis and hypotheses to determine the cause and manner of death. And you said in one of your answers that you relied upon law enforcement information, correct? Is that
Yes.
part of it? You brought that up. You're the one who said you relied upon that, correct?
Yes.
And you've brought that up on your direct testimony and earlier in the cross. Is that correct, that you relied upon the investigation of law enforcement? So,
Sustained.
so now what I'd like to do is to ask you whether, using the concepts of differential diagnosis scientific method, did you consider whether Mr. O'Keefe could have died somewhere other than where the body was found and been moved and placed in the snow? Did you consider that?
Objection.
Sustained.
May we approach, Your Honor?
Move along with this. We can approach in a bit.
Thank you.
What? We can approach it a bit.
If any, alternative diagnoses did you apply to Mr. O'Keefe?
I don't understand your question.
Me neither.
What alternative scenarios did you look at, if any, for the cause or manner of death of Mr. O'Keefe?
What?
I'll allow that question. What, if any?
At the time of the autopsy, I documented injuries and signs of hypothermia. I was provided with a set of circumstances, and at the end of the investigation, or at the end of my timeline, I concluded on the cause, but I did not conclude, or I did not determine a manner. The manner would be the circumstances you are speaking about, whether I considered other causes or circumstances. That's not how it works.
Exactly.
I don't come up with hypothetical scenarios on how those injuries occur.
She's right, sorry.
I try
Yep.
to state the injuries, describe the injuries, state the cause of death and why that person died. And then I use all kinds of other investigative information that is provided to me to determine if I have enough to make a determination on the manner.
Did anyone provide to you any alternatives as to the finding of the body of Mr. O'Keefe in the snow?
Personally, to me, no.
Did you ask for any alternatives to the nature and location of the injury or death of Mr. O'Keefe?
I asked for all the information that was available.
Understood, but my question is, did you ask for any alternatives to the information that was provided to you as regards the location of the injuries? Did anyone provide you any alternatives to where the injuries could have occurred?
No.
So,
I'm going to let the answer stand. So the answer is no, so there's no evidence of that. So next question.
So you talked about the information you had at the time. What time is that?
The information at the time was a preliminary police report and verbal communications regarding the circumstances of how Mr. O'Keefe's body was found.
And when I asked about the time, I'm not calendar time. Was this January, February, March, April of 2022?
The preliminary police report was on the day of the autopsy, and then information, I don't remember exactly how long, but in the weeks following, information was coming in.
Do you have the ability to amend a death certificate?
Yes, I do.
And you can amend a certificate if you obtain further information with regard to the circumstances surrounding the death. Is that correct?
Oh, be careful,
That's
Alessi.
correct.
Be careful.
In your previous answers, you were talking about the information you had at the time. And I'm concluding that the latest that would be is April of 2022. Is that correct?
Correct.
Have you obtained or been provided with further information, in other words, information after April of 2022 regarding the cause or manner of death.
What do you mean, have I been provided?
Phone call from Proctor. Get
Has
to it. Just say,
someone physically provided me with a report on different circumstances?
Well, what I'm just talking about is any other information that you have received or considered in terms of the analysis with regard to the cause or manner of death.
Received in what way?
Here's what I'll do. I'll be a little more specific. What I want to do is to get at the head injury of the decedent, okay? Is it fair to say that the head injury, you called it a traumatic,
I'm not real impressed right
state
now.
what you phrased that as, because I want to use your phraseology.
Blunt impact injuries of the head.
So blunt impact injuries of the head. Is it fair to say that that was a very severe injury?
It was a severe injury, correct?
And would Mr. O'Keefe had been rendered unconscious nearly instantaneously with death following shortly thereafter?
It's very possible, yes.
Is it more than possible? Is it probable that that's what would have occurred?
I can't tell you how quickly he would have been rendered unconscious, but at some point after that injury, yes, he would have been rendered unconscious.
Is it possible he could have been rendered unconscious immediately?
Agree, Rachel.
So she's answered it this way. I think you need
It's going to leave the
another
jury.
person for that. Let's move on from that, Mr. Lessie.
Is he trying for a mic drop moment?
You
And
made
they just spit
your
it out. Did
own
Proctor call you? They
determination
changed their
of the
report.
cause of death, correct?
Yes, that's my job.
Understood. And what I want to do is to pursue the basis of your determination. So you used the phrase brain impact injury,
Blunt impact.
a blunt impact injury. Have I got that correct?
Blunt impact injuries of head, yes.
Of head, right. And that's your conclusion, correct?
Yes.
Based upon your conclusion, did you make any determination as to whether the decedent would be able to carry out any purposeful movement after that injury?
Define purposeful movement.
Sure. I'm talking about the ability to perhaps manipulate their hands.
I don't know.
Did you make any determination as to whether they would be able to engage in any cognitive functions, meaning processing things and making decisions?
I did not make that determination, no.
Did you observe any pattern to the injuries to the head of the decedent?
A pattern? I observed that there were injuries to the back of the head as well as other internal injuries to the base of the skull, as well as the brain.
Your Honor, if we could please publish, I'm just going to check to make sure they're in. If we could, Your Honor, publish 160 that is in evidence. But before we do, Mr. Wolf, I would like to approach Your Honor and let you know in case there's anything further
Okay.
that needs to be done. Thank you. You can show
Did you show it to Mr.
this.
Brennan?
It's already been agreed to as in evidence. and it
Okay.
is in evidence.
Oh, it's in evidence?
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure if there was any statements that Your Honor wanted to make. If not,
So why don't you come over here because, why don't you come over a second?
Come over to the sidebar.
Yeah. He should know what his expert's going to testify to, Rachel. We all heard Judge this morning Judge Hippler talking about that very thing, right? But the defense should know what their experts are lined up to say, and they need to question her and go back with him and confer. But this started out with, you got a phone call from Proctor, and now we're down in the weeds. Take us back out of the weeds and get us back to the matter at hand. Did she receive a phone call from Proctor discussing, what was this, March of 22 when he contacted her? Because I wrote it down in my notes. Um, they drop in, y'all, Rachel, y'all gonna wear me out. I'll look at him in just a second. We knew there was some more coming down. They said so this morning. So yeah, it started out with that a minute ago. You know, you got a phone call from Proctor, and then he goes into all of this. I'm like, you're losing your jury, buddy. I don't know where he's going with this line of questioning.
I don't think the jury does either.
Exactly. And I feel like they have been able to follow along pretty well, because I've been able to follow along pretty well, right? But this is kind of like, dude, like you said, Rachel said he didn't seem to be on his game today. Well, you need to be on your game if you're going to go question the medical examiner, because I don't think that, honestly, everything she's told me doesn't tell me Karen Reed did this yet, right? Still doesn't tell me that. So I don't know where he's going with this questioning, other than that phone call from Proctor is what caught my ear the most. So let me try to get us past this damn sidebar. I keep forgetting that I can do this.
And if you could please, Dr. Scordi-Bello, if you could please draw your attention to what is depicted on both screens, pick whatever screen is most convenient for you. And what I want to do is to go over what is depicted there, and I'd like to start with just some basics. What is that white rectangle that is on the photograph?
This?
I hate to interrupt, but Rachel, is he pissed about the dateline? I'll have to go read it in a minute.
Yes.
That's a ruler.
And what's the purpose of the ruler?
To show a scale. When I measure the injury, I use the ruler to document that.
And if you could please draw your further attention to what I will refer to, and you use your own term, but just to start it, the horizontal line that is appears to be a laceration. Do you know what I'm referring to?
This, yes, this is a laceration.
Right, so it's fair to say that that's a laceration.
Correct.
And just so we get all that's depicted on this, you referred to earlier up above that, the red area, and is that an abrasion?
Yes.
And do you also denote to the left, almost like a J-type item going vertically up? Yes, and going up. Do you see that?
Yeah, that I did not note that specifically. I just noted the whole injury as part of the abrasion.
That's my point. So you didn't make a separate note of what appears to be a J, and it might be easier to see it in the screen over there. It's your conclusion, but is it easier to see there?
Yeah, I can see it.
Yeah, and so you didn't make a separate note as to what that was in your report, correct?
No, I did not.
Do you consider that an abrasion or something else?
I believe that's still an abrasion.
Do you conclude that that J is different in any manner from the abrasion that you've noted above the laceration?
I believe it could be part of the whole abrasion, or it could be something different.
Fully documented.
Fair enough. Would a fall backwards on a flat frozen ground produce a circular and not a linear abrasion is depicted here on the back of an injured person's head?
Where was he going?
I don't know.
Can you repeat the question?
Yeah,
Sure. Assume a fall backwards
it's going to be different for everybody.
on a flat, frozen ground. Would such a fall and impact present that type of pattern, or would it perhaps with something like a starfish in the middle?
She's like, what the?
I'll allow that. Can you answer that?
I can say that a fall backwards could very well produce that injury.
My question is more specific, and that is a fall backwards where the person impacts the back of their head on flat, frozen ground. Would you expect that type of a laceration from that type of a fall? Not just a general fall backwards, but specifically a fall backwards where the back of the head hits flat, frozen ground. Would you expect
He
that?
wants her to say no.
I could, yes.
And under what circumstances could a laceration like that and an abrasion, all of it together, what circumstances could cause that type from a fall backwards on flat, frozen ground?
Well, the laceration is due to the blunt impact, and so is the abrasion. The abrasion is friction. So depending on the type of surface, you mentioned flat, frozen ground, it's quite possible to have an injury as the one depicted. There's nothing inconsistent with this injury and a fall on someone's, on the back of the head with a blunt surface.
Don't think that's what he was
Is there-
looking for.
Are you familiar with the phrase pattern recognition in medicine?
Yes,
Yes?
And isn't pattern recognition something that
Yes, Mike.
requires training with regard to being able to recognize certain patterns and determining what could be causing that pattern?
yes.
And just merely recognizing whether there is a pattern takes certain special.
Is he wanting her to say it could have occurred on another surface? Because why don't he just ask her that? Could it have been caused by the hard frozen ground or a harder surface like a floor? Or why is the judge ruled you can't ask those questions? Why is he dancing around it? That's what I don't understand. It's weird. Micah says grammar is off today. Yeah, we did watch it, Micah. We're gonna in a few minutes we're gonna read some documents that just came down, but we're reviewing what we missed today in Karen Reed. So
Specialty training, etc.
he needs to
Correct.
And isn't pattern recognition a principle that you apply
welcome in, Micah.
in the medical examiner's office?
Yeah, we do.
And so example of pattern recognition could be a knife wound, correct?
Yes,
Could be a gunshot.
correct.
And there's certain patterns that you see on a decedent that can be consistent with those types of causes of injury, correct?
Correct.
Assuming a fall backwards onto frozen ground and there being on a lawn with grass, would you expect to see any grass at all in the injury site?
It's possible to have grass.
Is it possible to have well, are you familiar with the height and weight of the decedent generally? And if you need to look at your notes, please do so.
Yes. Mr. O'Keefe was approximately 6'1" and 216 pounds.
So assuming a fall backwards and an impact to head on a ground with grass, a person who's 6'1", there is going to be significant acceleration forces that occur as they're going backwards. Is that correct?
That's fair to say, yes.
And therefore, the more acceleration
Depends what force them
forces,
back.
usually there's a correlation with the force of the impact.
Correct.
Yeah.
And in terms of force of impact and assuming grass on the ground, would you, do you believe it's more probable than not that one would then see some grass on the head?
You can't just decide that if the ground was frozen.
Given what you testified regarding to the height of Mr. O'Keefe, and assuming what I just gave to you as a fall backwards and acceleration and forces, would you expect to see anything else on the back of his head?
You have to be more specific than that.
Right, I thank you. So would you expect to see, is it possible if that was the manner of the fall that there should be grass on the head? Is that possible?
Sustained.
He's so awkward with this line of questioning.
Did you
Dude, it makes me question things, right? From the defense, like, what are y'all doing?
Yeah.
Because you're determined to say there had to be grass on his head if he was outside. I know where the guy's going with it, but he's not landing it. If the ground's frozen and there's light snow, how do you know there's going to be grass on that man's head?
Yeah.
So remember, think about the jurors, guys. They don't know about trial one and all the speculation out there. Take that out of your head completely. Put yourself in this
I
position.
think she also testified that there was an abrasion with the laceration on the back of his head, which would mean that he scooted a little bit on the ground after he landed on the ground.
Yeah, the friction caused it. The abrasion
Yes.
from him
Yeah.
sliding just even a little bit would have done it, right?
Yep.
But if they're saying that the ground was already frozen at that point, and if there was a little bit of ice, I don't know. It's hard to. And everybody falls different. Everybody lands different. There's going to be a lot of similar. I've heard a lot of medical examiners testify over the past 30 years. Where he's going right he's going to lose his jurors if he doesn't step it up.
Yeah.
I mean, you need to just ask direct questions. If you get an objection, that'll show through the jury. You know what I mean? And especially if Bev doesn't allow it, the jury takes note of that stuff, or they should if they're smart.
consider at all in your evaluation let me back up.
Sure.
Do you see any evidence of grass in this depiction?
No, I do not.
Did you recall ever seeing any evidence of grass when you were performing the autopsy?
I did not see evidence of grass.
Did you consider at all in performing your autopsy whether or not grass should be present given what was reported to you by law enforcement?
Sustained.
Did you make any considerations at all regarding grass in regard to your autopsy report?
I did not see any grass. No, I did not make any determinations.
And was grass at all even a consideration in your analysis?
I had very limited information as to the exact nature of the surface at the time of autopsy.
So the answer is no to that
No.
question. Thank you. Did you have any information regarding the circumstances that you said you look at in trying to determine manner of death as to whether there were any stones or rocks around the scene?
That I did not have any information.
So meaning you didn't have any information, you saw no information that there were any stones or rocks by the scene, is that correct?
Sustained in that form.
What, if any, consideration did you make in your assessment of cause and manner of death with regard to stones or rocks?
I did not make any.
With regard to any other potential causes other than ground, did you consider any other possibilities that could cause the type of injuries that are depicted on the screen?
There's a number of possibilities that could cause the injury.
My question is, did you consider, not whether there are, but whether you considered them at the time you were performing the autopsy?
I'm always considering at the time of autopsy what could have caused a certain injury.
Did you put in your notes or your autopsy report any of those considerations? Are they documented?
No.
Now, in terms of differential diagnosis that we talked about, did you determine whether there were any other possible explanations for the injuries to the decedent other than what law enforcement presented to you?
I'll allow that.
Internally, I consider all kinds of other explanations. I have to look at the findings and the possible ways that those injuries could have been sustained and decide whether I have enough information and whether I am satisfied with the information that I have in order to conclude or determine a manner.
Did you make any notes at all about the considerations you were just speaking about, other considerations? Any notes whatsoever in any document in your autopsy report?
Not in my autopsy report, no.
Did you make any other notes of those considerations in any document that you created for this case at all?
No, these are I've had and discussions I've had with colleagues in terms of evaluating these injuries and
I don't want you to go into what other people said,
Oh.
but I want you to finish your answer.
Right, no, I did not make physical notes of my considerations.
Your Honor, I'm going into a different category, so I just wanted to alert Your Honor to it.
All right. And it will take more than 10, 15 minutes?
Oh, yes.
Okay. All right, jurors. Call the witness.
Judge Hippler's like, if you've got 15 minutes left of your day and you tell me you can't talk this juror, you know, this guy for tomorrow, no, fill up your time. Oh, wow. That line of question is crazy, guys. I think we all came to the same conclusion on that. I don't know where they're going with that.
And it will take more than 10, 15 minutes?
Oh, yes.
Okay.
He's like,
All
oh,
right,
yes.
jurors. Call the witness.
Oh, jeez.
Boy, that's nice when you can cut down on OnlyFans time like that.
I know. It's making me reconsider the way I do this. I'm not even going to lie. Especially if Koberger's trial is going to be 3 darn months. I almost said the cuss word. 3 darn months. I'm about to, figure out my days. At least they won't start. I'll figure it out. But I don't think there's going to be as many sidebars and breaks in the Koberger trial as there are. Might be a lot of objections, sparks that fly at some point. But
Yeah, but Judge Hitler's like, hey, you say your objection and I'm going to rule on it. Like, boom.
that's the way it should be.
Yes, agreed.
Bev's just a little bizarre lady. Still don't have no opinions on it. I mean, I do, but
But it would be.
it doesn't matter what my opinion of her is. I've been spending a long time tearing down one judge. I'm just tired of them. Tired of the bad ones. I was trying to pull things out of her with his line of questioning that he wasn't able to pull out of her. I always, yeah, I could start a little late today, Rachel. I thought about it.
All right, Mr. Lessie, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Dr. Scordi-Bello, and welcome back.
Thank you.
I want to move on to a slightly different aspect of the hypothermia discussion.
Oh,
So,
goodness.
you've acknowledged previously that hypothermia is a very difficult diagnosis to make, correct?
Correct.
And you acknowledge that in your grand jury testimony in this proceeding, correct? Do you recall that?
I do.
And you indicated in that grand jury proceeding generally that diagnosing hypothermia is based on contextual clues. Is that correct?
On autopsy findings and investigative information, yes.
Right. And the last part, investigative, and that's that legal part, sort of the law enforcement contribution. Is that correct that you're referring to?
Correct.
You diagnosed Mr. O'Keefe with hypothermia based upon certain medical data that you believe you observed in the gastric area and the pancreatic area. Is that correct?
Correct.
And just for, I think most people will get this, just be clear, gastric is sort of synonymous with the stomach.
Stomach.
And then we know the pancreas is a separate organ. And in your autopsy, you observed for example, the lining of both the stomach and the pancreas. Is that correct?
I'm sorry, what was the word you
Stomach, she
used?
said stomach.
Let's start with the stomach. Did you observe the lining of the stomach as part of Mr. O'Keefe as part of the autopsy?
Yes, I observed some hemorrhages in the lining of the stomach.
We'll get to that, right? But I just want to talk about the organs and what aspects of the organs first, and then we'll get to that. And with regard to the pancreas, what aspect of the pancreas did you observe?
I examined both the external surface and the tissues around it, as well as the pancreas itself by making several cuts.
And there was also a histopathology report that was relevant to both the stomach and the pancreas, correct?
Correct.
Histopathology?
Spell it, Mr. Leslie.
Histopatholgy.
Are we in a spelling bee?
So
Oh my God.
that histopath information informed
Hold on, guys.
your hypothermia analysis?
Oh my God. This is about as painful as the salt shaker lady.
he totally sounded like he was in a spelling bee. Like he's that guy that won the spelling bee.
Yeah. I mean, he better get this. I mean, like earlier, I thought, is he trying to discredit this lady? Is he trying to make her change testimony the way they claim Proctor was doing? What are we doing here? Just let her come out, state her findings, then go up. And if you want to say those injuries could have been caused by another way, then say that. And you're
Exactly.
how long was he out in the cold as to this? She never said hypothermia was the cause of death. She said it was a contributing factor. Once placed out into the cold, however he got out there, I don't think a rocket scientist needs to come out here and tell us, once the body was placed in the cold and injured and lied there for a few hours, of course hypothermia is going to start to set in. I don't care if you got out there at 12:30 or 2:30 or 6 a.m.
He beats around the bush too much.
The histopathology was done to further confirm my finding or my determination of hypothermia.
So, do I have it correct, and let's start with the pancreas, that you noted the pancreas was congested and diffusely hemorrhagic? Do I have that correct? And you feel free to look at your report, please.
I will.
And I specifically, if it helps, I'm
Yes.
looking at
Page 4.
The report of autopsy, it's not numbered pages, but it would be 4. And you see liver, gallbladder.
This woman's Johnny on the spot. She's been that way the whole time she's testified. She don't need to be reminded of where her notes were, what page they're on, like all the rest of them. She's like, I got this, got this, got this. Wow. Takes this.
And I love the way she explains things too. It's very down to earth, but at the same time, you know she's an expert when she explains it. I do like her a lot.
I think that she's had a lot of experience testifying and explaining her line of work, right? Because this is not the first case she's ever testified in. She's a medical examiner. She examines bodies every day, all day long, and twice on Sunday, like Kipler says. This is not her first rodeo. Half the people up here testifying is not their first rodeo, so quit acting like y'all don't know what you're doing. This lady is the example. She's like page 4, and he's still trying to find the page to tell her what page to go to. All right.
Bladder and pancreas is one, and then you go down a couple more and you see digestive system. That's what I'm focusing on.
Okay.
And then, and the next page is the histopathology.
Yes.
All right, are we sort of oriented in the same location?
Yes.
All right, so let's start with the pancreas. So if you look at the histopathology page, it says endocrine and exocrine pancreatic tissue with vascular congestion and patchy parenchymal, that's parenchymal, hemorrhage, autolytic changes. Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
And I want to go at these one at a time, so now I'm going to jump back to the previous page where you discussed the heading liver, gallbladder, and pancreas. Do you see that?
Yes.
And you see the last sentence says the pancreas is congested and diffusely hemorrhagic. You see that?
Yes.
So now what I'd like to do, and is that what you're rooting in, if you will, the analysis of hypothermia?
The determination of hypothermia was made, yes, based on these findings and the circumstances I was provided. Yes.
Right, and thank you. I'm going to get to the circumstances, but it's sort of the medical legal construct that we were talking about. I want to just start first with the medical, if that's okay with you.
Yes.
So then let's now move to the organ of the stomach, a synonym gastric in terms of your report. So let's go to, please, back to the histopathology section. And under that, under pancreas is stomach. And there's a bulleted one sentence that says gastric tissue with vascular congestion and focal mucosal hemorrhage. Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
And then let's go back, as we did with the pancreas, for the stomach, go back to the previous page in your report under the heading digestive system. And the second sentence states the gastric mucosa shows focal areas of linear hemorrhages. Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
So we've got hemorrhage discussion with the pancreas. We've got hemorrhage discussion with the stomach and the gastric area. Your diagnosis of hypothermia was not based just on gastric and pancreatic hemorrhaging alone, though, was it?
No.
And you did fairly refer to other circumstances just moments ago in your answer, correct?
Yes,
Correct.
And we're going to get to that. So that means that your diagnosis of hypothermia was also informed by the information we discussed earlier that was provided to you by former Trooper Proctor in his investigation. Is that correct?
Correct.
And one aspect of that information is that he was found, Mr. O'Keefe was found in the snow, correct?
Yes.
So let's go to the death notification report. Am I generally correct that you were, I'm sorry, I will. Thank you, Your Honor. Do you recall the death notification report in this matter?
I do recall, the very initial first information that comes in. That's the death notification given to our intake staff.
Do you recall the contents of that death notification report?
Would you like me to summarize? I don't recall I don't have it in front of me, but I can tell you what the gist of it was.
Would it be helpful to you if I showed you a document that might refresh your recollection on what that, a document that may refresh
She
your
said
recollection?
sure. I don't
Yes.
think you heard her.
I did. Thank you, Your Honor.
Yeah, I get it, Rachel, and I like this guy, but he's totally lost in this line of questioning. Totally lost. He's trying to get something out of her that's just not there. Only thing I'm concerned about is Proctor. Is he saying that because of Proctor, she decided to include hypothermia? He just needs to quit beating around the bush about it and just say it, because that's what I'm getting. There's nothing wrong with this lady's report at all. I've not seen one thing wrong with it yet at all. Still doesn't make a determination to me as to what happened to John O'Keefe, but if he wants me to believe other things happened than Karen Reed hit him and he was found in snow, start asking more particular questions about the injuries. It's kind of like a weird line of questioning. Like she's going to jump out and confess something or something. That's what it feels like almost. What is your take on that, Joe? I mean, you're still lost in the weeds too?
Yeah, I don't understand why he's beating around the bush. I understand if you ask a question too directly that Hank is going to object to it and she's going to grant the objection, but I think he's being a little too careful. Like he's going all the way out into left field and around the outfield wall to come around to first base. And
Get back to Proctor.
yes, exactly.
Just to get back to Proctor so let's get to that part. Let's get it on. Look, she's getting fed up, that lady.
Okay. Yeah, put your.
Yep, just show Mr. Brennan.
Yes.
I just realized Bev's bookshelf's kind of empty, y'all.
Yes.
Dr. Scordi-Bello, what I'd like to do, you can read anything you want, but I'm just going to reference to the section that says circumstances of death.
Yes.
What I'd like you to do is read it to yourself, not out loud, and then when you just that section up to here. And once you're done, if you could kindly look up and let me know.
Okay.
Dr. Scordi-Bello, did that refresh your recollection with regard to the circumstances of death section of the death notification report?
Yes.
And you could please state now what your refreshed recollection is on that topic.
Yes. The initial intake death notification was made by a physician at the hospital. And it stated that we were dealing with a adult male that was found in a snowbank. There was note of having been at a party. There was some information as to the decedent was walking to a house. There was reference to some sort of altercation or dispute with
Sustain.
Strike.
Jurors, disregard that. Move on with this, Mr. Leslie. With this, but just move on.
Yeah, yes. In terms of the differential diagnosis concept that we were talking about before, based upon your refreshed recollection of circumstances of death as discussed in the death notification report, based upon that, did you consider whether Mr. O'Keefe could have been injured and died somewhere other than the front lawn of 34 Fairview?
Yes.
I'm going to allow that.
Initially, no.
Let's go to significance, if any, of hemorrhaging of the two organs we were talking about, the pancreas and the stomach. Is it correct that the hemorrhaging of a pancreas can be caused by many different things?
Yes.
Yes, it is.
And to be clear, you found evidence of hemorrhaging of the pancreas of Mr. O'Keefe in the autopsy, correct?
Correct.
And is it correct before the grand jury, you yourself were evaluating whether the injuries had been sustained in a different environment? Well, let me ask it this way. Do you recall what your testimony was in the grand jury about hemorrhaging of the pancreas and possibilities of injuries being sustained in different environments? Do you recall any testimony?
I'll see you at 10.
I knew it. The look on her face, that deep breath. She doesn't come out here and tell anybody that man was hit by a car.
Right.
She hasn't said, so I don't. I get what he's trying to do, but it's just not landing.
He's trying to get her to say he could have been bit by a dog, he could have been hit in the back of the head, he could have been like whatever, and she doesn't need to. Like all he needs to do, all the defense needs to do is focus on the fact that she didn't say determine the manner of death, being hit by a vehicle. Yeah.
And then that leaves reasonable doubt, right? As
Yep.
it should be. They need, well,
Of hemorrhaging of the two organs we were talking about, the pancreas and the stomach. Is it correct that the hemorrhaging of a pancreas can be caused by many different things?
Yes, it is.
And to be clear, you found evidence of hemorrhaging of the pancreas of Mr. O'Keefe in the autopsy, correct?
Correct.
And is it correct before the grand jury, you yourself were evaluating whether the injuries had been sustained in a different environment? Well, let me ask it this way. Do you recall what your testimony was in the grand jury about hemorrhaging of the pancreas and possibilities of injuries being sustained in different environments? Do you recall any testimony?
I'll see you at 10.
okay. So that, okay, I accidentally put it backwards. I'm just going to let it roll through while we talk, whether it's sidebar. But man, look, everybody's trotting along up there. Judge Hippler's not going to allow that. Only the one dealing with the witness can come up here on sidebar. He's not going to put along.
He's going to be like, we don't need this circus train every time, guys.
I don't need all of y'all, all 50 of you. Some of y'all go sit back down. He don't even want them passing notes, grabbing on each other's arms. Hey, ask this. None of that mess. Act professionally. Don't call names. He really needs to step it up, though, this line of questioning and make it, I think there was a lot better ways to word some of the stuff he was trying to go after.
Absolutely.
Don't you think? I think
Absolutely. Yeah.
I think he just kind of lost the jury, and maybe they're probably confused by what's going on here. She didn't say what killed the man. I mean, she said that this is the cause, but the manner, I get at. But she didn't even come out and say full on hypothermia caused his death. It was just a contributor. And you can get out there, from 2:30 to 6, you could probably got a little hypothermia setting in, right? So I'm confused as to what he wants her to say. Now, people have said, so the thing about her is apparently Proctor was trying to pressure her into changing her findings. But I don't know where that came from. Was that proven, like Rachel, was that proven in some kind of text message thread, or did somebody see it somewhere, or is it a rumor on social media? That I don't know. That's why I'm thinking if there's anything to do with Proctor trying to coerce her into changing, talk about it, bring it out. Otherwise, it's just a rumor. And the fact that he hasn't come out and said that yet, I mean, I don't know. Proven? Thank you, Micah. So why doesn't he just attack that then? They've been, doing that to the whole time, throwing shade at Proctor, so I would go ahead and continue. At this point, did this man call you? Unless the judge has already said in the past you can't ask that direct question. But if he did do it, then why not? Why can't I? I'd be very upset about that if I was a defense lawyer and that really happened and she says I can't ask about it. I'd be like, no, ma'am, I'm going on the news tonight. We're going to talk about it. How about that, lady? Wow. How did they prove it, guys? Through her testimony or through text messages, communications? That's how.
Well, proven or testified to.
Yeah. Yeah. That's what I'm wondering too. Was it testified to? How did that communication come about? Did she testify to that he said that to her? Text messages, Rachel believes. Okay. Gotcha, guys.
Yeah, why haven't we seen that yet then?
I don't know. Micah
In
says
2.0.
well. Yeah, to text messages. So depending on remember now, this is not the defense's case yet. This is the state's case in chief. So they'll present that I guess, who knows, because the state's trying to avoid Proctor at all cost. So they're not about to put anything out that Proctor's done yet on purpose. But the defense can. But still, I'd ask her, did this man contact you and try to do any of this?
Well, start out with, did anybody contact you?
Right? Anybody. Exactly. You guys are awesome for being here.
Mayor, Your Honor.
Called her a whack
Thank you.
job. How dare he?
At the grand jury, did you testify as follows? If the injuries had been sustained in a different environment where the temperature wasn't that low, then there might have been an alternative explanation for those gastric and pancreatic hemorrhages. You recall that?
Yes.
Hemorrhaging of the pancreas can also be caused by blunt force trauma, correct?
Correct.
Hemorrhaging of the pancreas can be caused by CPR, correct? Cardiopulmonary resuscitation.
It's possible.
Do you know what a Lucas machine is?
Yes.
And a Lucas machine is an automated CPR machine, correct?
Correct.
And it's a rather large device, correct? It gets strapped down to the chest of someone. So instead of someone having to exercise, etc., you put on a Lucas machine that goes over the chest and it automatically does the compressions, right?
Correct.
Lucas machines can cause hemorrhaging, correct?
Yes.
And in fact, wasn't a Lucas machine applied to Mr. O'Keefe?
I believe so.
And wasn't the Lucas machine applied from when the first responders came to the scene and he was in the ambulance continually and through when he was in the hospital?
Really?
I believe so, yeah.
So, when a Lucas machine is used in resuscitation efforts, you'd actually expect to see some hemorrhaging, wouldn't you?
Where?
In the stomach, in the pancreas, would you expect to see it there?
Not in the mucosa of the stomach and not as extensive in the pancreas.
Let's talk about and pick the pancreas first. So you would agree that from the use of a Lucas machine, you would expect some degree of hemorrhaging in the pancreas, correct?
Not always.
But it's certainly possible that a Lucas machine causes hemorrhaging of the pancreas, correct?
It's possible.
And now let's move to, and there was evidence of hemorrhaging in the pancreas of Mr. O'Keefe, correct?
Correct.
Now let's move to the stomach. Isn't it possible that a Lucas machine could cause hemorrhaging in the stomach?
Personally, I have not seen it in that context.
But do you rule that out?
I can't rule it out. I can only tell you my experience.
So your personal experience is you don't believe you've seen that, but you can't rule out that a Lucas machine causes hemorrhaging to the stomach. Is that correct?
I don't believe a Lucas machine causes hemorrhage to the mucosa of the stomach.
Right. I'm not yet at the mucosa of the stomach, which is a subset of the stomach, right? You're talking about the gastric rugae.
Talking about the inner lining of the
inner
stomach.
lining, and another name for the inner lining of the stomach is the gastric rugae, R-U-G-A-E, correct?
Yes.
So I'm just talking about the stomach in general, not a subset of the stomach. Is it possible that a Lucas machine could cause hemorrhaging in the stomach?
Not in the stomach, around the stomach, in the soft tissues of the torso.
Okay.
He's trying to throw reasonable doubt on these injuries to his stomach and pancreas now. That they weren't caused by anything other than this machine they hooked up to him.
So you've said that you're aware that Mr. O'Keefe was hooked up to a Lucas machine, correct?
Yes.
And are you aware of the length of time that Mr. O'Keefe was hooked up to a Lucas machine?
No, I am not.
Do you know how many compressions per minute a Lucas machine causes?
I would have to say close to 60.
Would 100 compressions per minute be a reasonable amount of compressions for a Lucas machine to cause?
Sure.
So assume 37 minutes of a person hooked up to a Lucas machine, and assume 100 compressions per minute. That would result in 3,700 compressions from a Lucas machine, correct?
Correct.
Could 3,700 compressions from a Lucas machine explain hemorrhaging in the pancreas?
You could.
And that explanation could be why there's hemorrhaging in the pancreas as opposed to hypothermia causing hemorrhaging in the pancreas, correct?
Possible.
Did you consider that at all in your autopsy report, the effect of the Lucas machine? Is it written anywhere in your autopsy report?
I do consider changes due to cardiopulmonary resuscitation. The rib fractures that were observed were attributed to CPR. Usually we will see some amount of hemorrhage in the soft tissues, but in this context, with the gastric findings, the pancreatic findings, and the information that he was found in the snow with a body temperature of 80 degrees, I My opinion was that those hemorrhages, along with the gastric hemorrhages and his body temperature, were consistent with hypothermia.
My question was, does your report state anywhere the words Lucas machine?
No.
And you agree that a Lucas machine could cause hemorrhaging to the pancreas,
It can cause hemorrhage in a lot of tissues,
but including the pancreas.
including the pancreas.
If you see hemorrhaging of the pancreas and you believe that hemorrhaging is a contributor to hypothermic deaths, wouldn't you also expect to see Wisniewski ulcers?
I did note gastric hemorrhages.
So the court reporter needs to have a spelling of that. Doctor, can you give us the spelling of that?
Would you like to give it?
If you'd like me to, I'm prepared
Go
to
ahead.
give it. Thank you. Wishnewski.
Oh, Lord, here we go with the spelling bee again.
So, can you just tell the jurors what Wisniewski spots or Wisniewski ulcers are?
I'm sorry. I got sidetracked. Rachel says, Micah, I talk like a sailor, just don't want to offend anyone. Yeah, Rachel, you know I do. I'm trying. This line of questioning is about to make me start cussing, though. Guys, oh.
Wisniewski spots are small hemorrhages, small areas of bleeding in the mucosa of the stomach that are thought to be associated with hypothermia, amongst other things. They're believed to be either a reaction to stress due to the hypothermia or some form of what we call reperfusion injury.
Is it correct that if someone is believed to die, at least in part, from hypothermia, that in 90% of the cases of death from hypothermia, you would find Wisniewski's ulcers?
I do not know the exact number.
Is it that you're not recalling what the percentage is for the percent of cases for death of hypothermia that you would expect to find Wisniewski's ulcers?
I don't.
Do you recall?
Hold on.
Okay.
Move on. The objection's sustained, so
Okay.
you're asking it, yes, go
Okay.
ahead.
Thank you.
You don't want to appear as a defense attorney to making picking apart some of them witnesses. I get it, but a medical examiner, if you're not going hard at her actual work, it's like it may feel different to the jury. Do you know what I mean? Are they going to perceive it?
Yeah, it kind of seems like you're second guessing her work by
Yes.
going about it this way, and you're not a medical examiner, so
Right, you're an attorney,
yeah.
and if she needs legal advice, I'm sure she'll call an attorney and not herself. Oh goodness. Ooh.
There were no Wisniewski's ulcers present in Mr. O'Keefe. Is that correct?
I believe there were.
Can you point anywhere in your autopsy report where the word Wisniewski appears?
I did not call them Wisniewski spots. I called them gastric hemorrhages.
Right, so you didn't use the term Wisniewski and you didn't use the term ulcer, correct? In your report at all?
No, I used gastric hemorrhages under the title of hypothermia.
Do you believe that all hemorrhages in the pancreas are Wisniewski ulcers?
You mean the stomach?
I want to start with the pancreas.
Oh, wow.
Wisniewski ulcers are, the term is used to describe the gastric hemorrhages.
Right, so I want to clarify that. So now I want to move to the stomach.
Okay.
Do you believe all hemorrhages in the stomach are Wisniewski ulcers?
Not all of them.
Therefore, there can be Wisniewski ulcers and not be hemorrhaging, correct? Just by logic?
And not be hemorrhaging?
Correct. You can have a Wisniewski ulcer but not have hemorrhaging.
You could, but ulceration would manifest in what we call hemorrhage, the actual appearance of it.
What I'd like to do now is, Mr. Wolf, what has been in evidence, what I'd like to do is to, with your Honor's permission, publish some depictions of first the gastric mucosa, and then start with that, Your Honor, publish that.
All right, so this is the one that we have not introduced into evidence openly, but at sidebar, right?
What I'd like to do is I'll start out with the one that is in evidence, which is the gastric mucosa.
Okay,
start with that.
What number?
Your Honor, it just to,
Okay, so that was the one I was referring to that we did at sidebar, not in open court. Okay.
yes.
It's Friday.
Pardon me?
It's N Friday.
And I'd like to move NN into evidence at this time.
All right. All I'll say about this, jurors, is that this may be considered graphic. You satisfied with that, Mr. Alessi?
I'm satisfied with that, Your Honor.
Okay, Mr. Brennan, you satisfied with that?
Yes.
Okay.
Say they're adults, ma'am.
Jesus.
Can we get over? Look, when y'all seated that jury, they should have been told you will be seeing graphic images. They're grown-ups, ma'am. Say it once and be done with it. Do we need to go on like we're school-aged? I can't deal with that nonsense.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Dr. Stewart-Bello, I'm handing you Exhibit 164 in evidence, and I'm going to also, with the court's permission, have it published on the screen. So whatever one is best for you to look at on the screen, please feel free to look at either one. Mr. Wolk, if you could publish 164. Dr. Scordi-Bello, do you recognize 164 as the, well, you describe what 164 is.
This is a picture of the stomach of Mr. O'Keefe after it was removed and opened and the contents were removed. And what you're looking at, this pink red surface, is the mucosa. That's the lining of the stomach. And you had used the word rugae before. These are the folds. The stomach has a lot of folds. And what you can see here are small areas that are redder than everything else. That's hemorrhage, that's blood. And these are the gastric hemorrhages that I described.
Right, so those are what you just showed, there's darker areas, there's just a few of them. That is what you refer to as hemorrhages, correct?
Wisniewski's was correct.
Well, you didn't use Wisniewski's in your report, correct? You referred to
Correct.
them as hemorrhages.
Correct.
Okay, so what I'd like to do now is to, if I may approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
For the chalk.
Exhibit MM.
With your Honor's permission, may I show Dr. Scordi-Bello the chalk that's marked for identification? Is that that?
Yes, and let's see what she answers before we use it for more questions, okay?
Yes. May I hand it to you?
Yes.
Dr. Scordi-Bello, could you please take what's identified as Exhibit M and see if you can identify what that depicts?
Yes, this is a picture of a stomach. Again, the mucosa with hemorrhage.
Just hold for these, sorry. Not your fault.
Your Honor, can we take a break?
Yes,
Jurors.
yes.
Rise to the jury. Jurors, right this way, please.
Sorry, guys. It's not hard again to the restroom. Ugh. Walk back into the OnlyFans. Wow.
I'll see counsel at sidebar, please.
I'm almost like, is this over yet? I'm kind of glad I didn't sit here all day going through this.
Mm-hmm.
Holy cow. Joe, I've never seen such. Well, I've seen it with this trial, but they had to get through some of that other weird stuff, but long, boring testimony. But this is just like, I can't figure out his end game. Are we trying to
No.
discredit the doctor and her work? Or are we wanting her to say cause of death could have been another way? I mean,
Hey there, Karen Reed trial watchers. So we know that you're true crime.
we're going to just mute him.
I know that guy. we can bloop past him.
Yeah, we can, can't we? I keep forgetting. Y'all got to remind me. I gotta forget that I'm Memorexing it right now. Okay, I don't want to miss her stuff. All right. Ooh, great.
Dr. Scordi-Bello, you have in front of you, which has been
Our
marked for
roast smells
identification
delicious.
as MN, and you were discussing that. Do you recognize that document? It's sort of start over, reorient. You recognize that?
I recognize what it is, yes.
Right, but like,
It is a picture of a stomach, of the mucosa of a stomach with multiple hemorrhages.
And does that exhibit fairly and accurately depict a stomach with what you have referred to as multiple ulcers?
Yes.
Your Honor, I offer that into evidence.
I object to agree as a trial.
I'll, you know what, if I can use it as a public, a chalk publication. Yeah, that's what I'll do, Your Honor. Thank you, Mr. President.
So you can have it displayed.
Thank you. And again, I'll leave this hard copy with the court reporter. We'll use the.
Oh, so it's not in evidence?
It is not.
It's marked for identification?
Yes, marked for identification, and we are with it. Mr. Wolf? Dr. Scordi-Bello, is that the depiction that you were just describing at your witness stand?
Yes.
And could you please, with the laser pointer, state what you see in this depiction?
So this is a stomach. This is the mucosa, the folds of the stomach. They're not very folded in this particular picture, but you can see these distinct areas that are that have a darker coloration. That's blood. These are hemorrhages.
And to be clear, this is not the stomach of Mr. O'Keefe, this is a medical reference depiction to sort of generic or some other depiction other than Mr. O'Keefe's stomach, correct?
Correct.
If we could, with Your Honor's permission, Mr. Wolk, put side by side this chalk with what is in evidence as the actual gastric mucosa of Mr. O'Keefe.
The objection sustained.
Could we, with Your Honor's permission, publish simply Mr. O'Keefe's
Yes.
gastric mucosa?
Yes.
Isn't it correct, Dr. Scordi-Bello, that there are much less dark spots in this depiction of the gastric mucosa than there were in the chalk that we just displayed? In other words, that green depiction of what I'll just refer to as a generic stomach. Is that correct?
That is correct.
So, you can take that down, Mr. Wolf. Isn't it correct that for hypothermia in the presence of Wisniewski's ulcers or spots, that you have to have a predominance of the stomach covered by the spots for them to be Wisniewski ulcers?
If I have to hear that word one more time, them type of ulcers, I'm gonna be like, y'all just. Joe says I'm nobody. My opinions don't count for shit. None of ours do they, Joe? In the end. Oh goodness.
I think there's different levels and different grades.
In hypothermia, particularly death from hypothermia, wouldn't you expect to see a predominance of those ulcers, meaning they take up most of the stomach lining? Isn't that what you would expect to see?
Not always. I have seen that. I have also seen cases with much fewer spots, as you refer to them.
But isn't the majority of the cases that you have seen where someone has actually died from hypothermia that the ulcers predominate, take up greater than 50% of the stomach?
Yes.
And what percentage of the, and I'm trying to avoid putting it up again, so what percentage of the gastric mucosa of Mr. O'Keefe would you estimate is taken up by the ulcers that you have identified?
I would say somewhere between 10 and 15%.
Just 10 and 15%. Thank you. Now, if we could look to the issue of continuing with hypothermia. Let's go to frostbite. Do you note any evidence of frostbite on the deceased, Mr. O'Keefe?
No, I did not.
Do you know what the weather conditions were in Canton, New York on the early mornings? I'm sorry, I keep saying Canton, New York. My apologies. Do you know the weather conditions in Canton, Massachusetts, starting at midnight on January 29, 2022, going through 6 a.m. on January 29, 2022?
It was very cold. There was a blizzard coming.
They called it a nor'easter, right?
Correct.
And when you say very cold, in addition to very cold, do you recall whether there were gusting winds?
I believe so.
And do you understand that when there's a very cold temperature in Fahrenheit and you add gusty winds, that is called, when you apply the two together, that's called wind chill, right?
Correct.
And with wind chill, doesn't the phenomenon of wind chill mean that the wind combined with the temperature brings the actual temperature down, and in addition to bringing it down, temperature in a wind chill calculation, it also has a physical effect on the body, correct? Wind chill. Doesn't wind chill also cause greater effects than if there was no wind?
Correct.
So in medical terms, the wind synergizes with the temperature and exacerbates the effect on a human.
Correct.
And with a wind chill, isn't it correct that you would have a greater chance of frostbite than if there was no wind chill effect at all?
Yes.
So, you saw no signs of frostbite on Mr. O'Keefe, correct?
At the time of my examination and at the time of autopsy, no, I did not.
Did you see frostbite at any other time with regard to Mr. O'Keefe?
I only examined him at the time of autopsy.
So
She got a little cagey there.
examine him,
That was a cagey
at the
response.
time of autopsy,
I don't
you
blame her.
had zero signs of frostbite, correct?
Correct.
Dr. Scordi-Bello, now that you have gone through this part of your examination here today, would you like to amend in any way your opinions as to whether hypothermia was any cause of the death of Mr. O'Keefe?
No, I don't. I still believe that there were hypothermic signs.
Hypothermic signs, correct?
Yes.
I'd like to move to another topic area, please. You did not include in your autopsy in any fashion any discussion of whether Mr. O'Keefe's injuries were consistent with a motor vehicle accident, did you?
No, I did not.
In fact, there were no injuries consistent with a motor vehicle impact on Mr. O'Keefe, correct?
Sustained.
Did you evaluate it all in your autopsy whether Mr. O'Keefe had any injuries consistent with a motor vehicle accident? Objection.
I'll allow that.
Allow it, yeah.
Yes, I did examine his lower extremities. That is protocol in any case of suspected impact with a motor vehicle. So I did examine his legs, and I did not see any evidence of an impact site.
And could you elaborate to the jury what you mean by no evidence of an impact site? Objection.
I'm going to sustain that objection.
Why?
What do you mean in your answer, no evidence of impact injuries?
I'll allow that.
What I look for is some sort of bruise, either on the outside of the leg or bleeding on the inside after the skin is reflected in the soft tissues, or any fracture of the bones of the legs. I did not observe those things.
That was going to be my question. You did not observe any of those things, correct?
Correct.
I'd like to turn to, please, the face of the decedent in your analysis that you discussed on direct examination of that area of the decedent. You talked about ecchymosis, you recall that?
Yes.
In medical literature, there's a synonym for ecchymosis. It's sometimes referred to as raccoon eyes. Is that correct? Ecchymosis doesn't cause a laceration to an eyelid, does it?
No.
Ecchymosis does not cause a laceration to a nose, does it?
There was an abrasion on the nose, but no, the answer is no.
Correct. So ecchymosis doesn't cause a laceration to the nose. Correct?
Correct.
Did your report at all evaluate whether there was any significance of the laceration to the eyelid that you spoke about in your direct testimony?
What do you mean?
Other than just noting that there was a laceration to the eyelid, did your report at all evaluate the potential significance, if any, of that laceration to the eyelid?
I noted it and photographed it, and it was part of the totality of the blunt impact injuries that I noted on both the face and the head.
Do you believe that the laceration to the eyelid could be caused by a blunt impact injury?
A laceration, by definition, is a blunt impact injury.
Do you believe the eyelid laceration was caused by a blunt impact injury from falling backwards and hitting one's head?
Not from falling backwards and hitting one's head, but that area at some point came in contact with the blunt object or surface.
Okay, if I could follow up on that, please. So you agree that if a person falls and hits the back of their head, that they cannot sustain an eyelid injury, is that correct?
Correct.
All right. And if somebody falls backward and hits their head, they can't sustain, from that impact back of the head, a laceration to the nose, correct?
Correct.
Did you see his face?
So if we could, Mr. Wolk, and with Your Honor's permission, publish which is already in evidence, which are depictions. Let's start out with, please, the laceration to the right eyelid. And Dr. Scordi-Bello, is this the laceration to the right eyelid that we've been talking about of Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
And that injury could not be caused by a fall backwards and one hitting their head, correct?
No.
I'm sorry, we'll just need, and then I'm going to repeat the question. Can you state your answer again? Oh, let me that injury to the right eyelid, that laceration, could not be caused by someone falling backwards and hitting their head, correct?
Correct.
Bear with me one moment, Your Honor. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes. Show Mr. Brennan.
After Alan Jackson whispers in your ear, you better ask to approach.
Right?
Your Honor, I erroneously assumed that that picture was in evidence, and I would like to now properly lay the foundation.
Of course, that's not allowed.
Dr. Scordi-Bello, you see what's in front of you. Can we mark this?
So, Mr. Brennan, are you objecting to that coming into evidence? Okay, so let's just put it in evidence.
165.
Thank you.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Dr. Scordi-Bello, I place before you what is in evidence now is 165. Your Honor, may I have Mr. Wolf publish 165? Thank you, Mr. Wolf.
She's like, yes.
So, Dr. Scordi-Bello, that laceration to the right eyelid could not be caused by a fall backwards where someone hits the back of the head, correct?
Correct.
So that injury, you've called, what do you label that category? Traumatic, did you use that phraseology?
Blunt impact.
Blunt impact. So that's a blunt, in your opinion, that's a blunt impact injury, correct?
Correct.
So is it correct that that injury had to occur in some manner other than falling backwards and hitting one's head?
Yes.
And is that injury consistent or inconsistent with a punch?
I'll allow it.
Allow it.
Could be consistent.
Yes.
If we could, Mr. Woke, have the laceration to the nose. I'm sorry, hold off on a moment.
Could have just cut to the chase a long time ago.
Your Honor, Mr. Brennan has agreed to stipulate that this going
Okay, so like we can mark it.
She's like, he stipulated? Just get it in there. Stop like dragging this out, dude. I think she's getting frustrated with him dragging it out too.
She is.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Dr. Scordi-Bello, I have put before you what is in evidence is 166, and Your Honor may, Mr. Wolf, publish.
Yes.
Thank you. Dr. Scordi-Bello, does that exhibit fairly and accurately depict the laceration to the nose of Mr. O'Keefe?
Yeah, it's an abrasion. I described it as an abrasion, as a scrape.
Yep.
So you would classify that as a scrape?
Yes.
That scrape could not be caused by someone falling backwards and hitting the back of their head, could it?
Not by a single event, no.
You can take that down, Mr. Wolf. On your direct testimony, you talked about injuries to the right arm of Mr. O'Keefe. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
And is it correct that you, in your autopsy report, did not determine the cause of those wounds to Mr. O'Keefe's right arm?
That's correct.
With Your Honor's permission, I would like to Mr. Brennan.
Well, here's one thing for sure. This man had a lot of upper body damage. No damage to the legs that would be consistent with a car hitting a person. There's nothing wrong with his legs. There's a bruise by the knee. Everything else is concentrated from the waist above. What's going on here?
Well, okay, well, picture this.
Yeah, Sicily? Help it.
So she takes off in anger, like they have a little argument.
Mm-hmm.
He gets out. He's like, "Are you coming in?" She's like, "No, I don't want to go in. I don't like these people. They don't like me." Right. And he's like, "Okay, well, I'm going in." And she's like, "All right, well, you go in." And she hits reverse and he's got his arm hanging out, and she spins him around with that cocktail glass in his arm, and he slips and falls and hits the back of his head, and then
Could've.
just lays out there the rest of the night.
But he didn't fall close to the road. Close enough to the
Did
road.
it-
In my mind,
yeah,
that's where I go with that.
that was actually my first problem with that story. I agree with that problem with that story.
You would feel like he'd be closer to the street, right, if that was the case. I always
Yes.
also wondered, Joe, was he bending over? Did he drop his phone and go to pick it up? And maybe she didn't even see him back there. But then if he was bent over, wouldn't the injuries be more to his hip, the side? You know what I mean? There would be a busted hip possibly. But there's nothing on the lower body of this man. That's what's
And once again, how did her car, her SUV, get that far off the road where his body was found
exactly.
without there being like tracks and other stuff, other
Yeah.
evidence?
If she hit him hard enough to fling him a few feet, I get it. That happens too when people are hit by cars, but usually at a higher rate of speed, right? That impact's got to be able to throw you. Would it have thrown him that direction if she was backing up? That's also what I have a hard time with, because I played the different scenarios out. But listening to the injuries of the body, just kind of like, it leaves doubt, But it took him a long time to get to where he's going, guys.
Your Honor, Mr. Brennan has agreed to stipulate into evidence these two photographs. May I please have them marked as next evidence?
Exhibits 167 and 168.
Thank you.
I'm going to do the same thing, if I may, Dr. Scordy-Bello. I'm going to leave these with you, but I'm also going to, with the court's permission, have them published.
Okay.
Choose whatever one best allow you to answer the question. Your Honor, may I have Mr. Wolf publish those two? Thank you. With regard to what is on the screen, am I correct that you noted these injuries and these wounds to Mr. O'Keefe in your autopsy report?
Yes.
And am I correct that you noted that there was a pattern to those wounds?
Correct.
And although you noted there was a pattern to the wounds, you were not able to determine the cause of those patterned wounds. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Are those injuries consistent with a dog bite?
Oh,
Based on our answer to the last question, ask something else.
I'm sorry, couldn't hear you.
Ask another question, sustain.
Can you identify any cause of those injuries that would be consistent with what is depicted on the screen? Okay.
So, can you answer that, doctor?
I cannot.
You can take that down, Mr. Wolf. Thank you. Do you recall discussing at all on your direct examination? Well, let me ask it this way. Did you evaluate at all in your autopsy a gray hoodie sweatshirt of Mr. O'Keefe?
No, I did not.
So,
possibility, Joe.
were you aware that there was
Thought about
clothing
that.
associated with Mr. O'Keefe when he...
Here's the thing: would they have found, because there was blood under John's nail clippings and different things, would they have found more, with that snow and all the red Solo cups? I don't know, but it wasn't a lot of snow falling at the time he was hit. So would there have been blood trails toward there, right? because I'm hearing he lost a lot of blood, but I haven't heard that from the medical examiner or anybody yet. I'm not saying people aren't being honest about it. I'm just saying I haven't got there yet myself. But yeah, I don't know. It's still leaning. It's leaning. The reasonable doubt is laid, but yeah, it could have went down that way. Firefly, welcome in. Yeah, we're going over the ME's testimony from earlier today, and we can stop and pause her, and we can fast forward through all the bull. And you've missed a painful cross so far.
Came as part of the autopsy?
He did not have any clothing that came to us. The clothing was removed at the hospital and was packaged and I believe submitted as evidence.
So the clothing of
Reports,
Mr.
Firefly.
O'Keefe, t-shirt or hoodie, didn't make its way to you?
No?
So if John didn't lose a lot of blood, why are they remodeling the entire basement and getting rid of blood-soaked whatever? Huh, interesting.
You were unable to reach a determination as to the manner of death of Mr. O'Keefe, correct?
That is correct.
So you have doubts about the manner of death of Mr. O'Keefe, and you consider those doubts reasonable?
Sustained. Sustained.
You were not able to reach a determination as to the manner of death of Mr. O'Keefe, correct?
Correct.
And manner of death, as you've testified, includes the circumstances surrounding death in addition to the medical analysis that you performed. Okay?
I'm sustaining it, asked and answered.
Thank you for answering my questions, Dr. Scordy.
So she finally gives an objection, like sustained as to asked and answered. She doesn't do that the entire trial. She doesn't tell why she sustains or.
No, she in a mood right now.
I guess.
I guess she has mood swings. I really don't know. I try to ignore that lady judge. She gets on my nerves a little bit, so I tune her out as much as I possibly can. Right now, I'd like to tune this attorney out, even though he's for the defense. Oh, goodness.
All right, thank you, Mr. Leslie, Mr. Brennan.
Little bit gets me.
Doctor, how many autopsies have you performed in your professional career?
At this point, more than 1,200.
When the person is brought to you, are they usually clothed?
It depends on the circumstances. If a person comes directly from their residence, they may or may not be clothed. If the person comes from a hospital where they went first for treatment, many times the person is unclothed. They may be wearing a hospital gown, but in most cases that clothing has already been removed.
If that clothing has already been processed, is it common that it would be brought to you for inspection?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained as to.
Is clothing that is not accompanying the person's body commonly brought to you for observation?
Objection, Your Honor.
So let's move on. Or ask it.
You were asked questions about your opinions relative to spots in the organs of Mr. O'Keefe, and you were asked about part of your statement in the grand jury. When you provide statements, is it important to have the statement in context to understand it?
Yes.
Is it important to have a complete statement rather than just part of a statement?
Yes.
And when you were asked the question that counsel asked you, do you remember that grand jury testimony you gave?
I remember it was a long time ago.
Okay.
But I do remember most of it.
Do you remember when he read part of your answer? It was in response to a grand juror's question?
Yes.
And he read part to you, right? I understand your question, and my answer is that I don't know, but given the environment, so if the injuries had been sustained in a different environment where the temperature wasn't that low, then there might have been an alternative explanation for those gastric and pancreatic hemorrhages. Do you remember that?
Objection, Your Honor.
The doctor can answer that.
Do you remember Attorney Alisi read you that part of your statement?
Yes.
Do you remember that you had more to that statement that was left off when he confronted you with it?
I'm sure there's more to this.
To complete your statement, you said, but in the whole context, I believe that those are signs of hypothermia and not caused. Do you remember that completion to your statement?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained. You can show her the statement.
Okay. I can approach. I'm going to ask you to take a look at part of your grand jury testimony. Do you remember Attorney Alisi reading part of your answer back?
Objection, Your Honor.
So I'll strike that. Have the witness look at it and go from there.
Were you asked about your entire answer or just part of it?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Can you read the rest of the answer that you weren't given when it was read to you?
Objection, Your Honor.
So this is phrased as refreshing recollection, so follow it appropriately.
Do you now remember there was more to your answer?
Yes.
Could you share with us the rest of your answer?
Without reading
Objection,
it.
Your Honor.
Without reading it. Turn the paper over, please.
I can take it, Your Honor.
Good.
Ask the appropriate questions.
Hank's got some issues following legal procedure
Do you
here.
remember the part that was left out?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Does it refresh your memory to the rest of your statement to the grand jury?
I'm sorry, what was your question?
After looking at this, does it refresh your memory to the rest of your statement you made to the grand jury?
Yes.
And could you share the rest of your statement with the jury, please?
The whole
The
thing?
rest of the statement was that I have to take those findings in the context which
The
was presented
whole
to me.
thing?
So in the case of this particular case, those hemorrhages, in the context of a body found in the snow, I believe they were due to hypothermia.
Is your answer more complete in context?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
You were shown a photograph of two
Wow.
individuals that were in the room at the time of autopsy. Do you remember that photograph?
Yes, I do.
And you were asked about certain names.
Correct.
You said that there would be a log identifying
I don't
names.
know about that, Firefly. They all suck today.
It would be a log, yes.
A log. Do you remember exactly who logged in to that autopsy?
No, I don't remember their names.
May I approach?
Show Mr. Lesson.
So Alessi gets a little too dramatic for me. He's like, objection, 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 Your Honor.
She's
Like
going.
he,
She's sustaining.
Take a look.
she is, but it's a little
No,
too
it's
dramatic
like-
for me.
Really? Because he says objection, Your Honor, because he should. This
Yes,
guy.
he should. Yes,
Yeah,
but
he should.
I'm just saying he's a little less even keeled than some other attorneys for whatever it's worth, for good or for bad.
Yeah, you don't
He-
always
he-
look. Yeah, but the thing is, attorneys aren't always going to be able to maintain an even kill, especially in a
No.
long trial.
They're human beings, absolutely, 100%.
It's very hard, and I want humans. I don't want damn robots. I don't want political correctness. I want humans, right? I want to see your raw emotion. I want to see that human behavior because that's how I figure people out. When they hide behind a mask and pretend to be something they're not, I see that too. So,
Lawyer Lori shows you how she is.
she's never hit it. I don't know what people. She's never hit it. I've seen it all for years.
Oh gosh.
Your Honor,
Her crazy.
if we need sidebar to explain, we just need a moment to take a look.
I can move on and we'll come back to it, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Brennan.
You mentioned that Mr. O'Keefe's body temperature was a little under 81 degrees when he was brought to the hospital.
Yes, that's what the hospital records stated.
And again, a normal body temperature is?
98 degrees.
So there was, is it fair to say there was over an 18-degree drop in his body temperature?
Correct.
You shared with us that you generally understood it was a blizzard and cold outside. Do you have any experience on how rapidly a body temperature will drop outside?
It depends. A lot of
The body temperature.
Yes.
It's within the scope. Let's see if she's got the basis.
The rate that the body loses heat depends on a number of factors. Depends on conditions, weather conditions. It depends on the original temperature of the body, and the higher the gradient between the body temperature and the environmental temperature, the faster the drop will occur.
You were asked if there was any signs of frostbite. There was no type of freezer burns or anything on Mr. O'Keefe's body, was there?
Sustained.
Was there any type of burns on his body that would suggest that
Freezer
he was
burns?
put
Where is he going
in
with
some type
freezer
of
burns?
machine?
Well, I don't know.
Hank.
If the prosecution wants me to believe that man stayed out there from 12:30-ish until 6 a.m., I might expect to see some frostbite.
Right, and she says no. So
says
that
no.
doesn't help their case.
Why?
So is he
Exactly.
trying to say that the defense was trying to say that he was put in a freezer somewhere? I mean, he's got me more lost. He's got me more lost than Alessi had me.
He's not helping his case, is he? Either. Like, both of these attorneys today have not known how to come at this medical exam. There's no way to come at her, right? She's not a dumb lady. She's smart. She knows what she's doing. I believe everything she's told me today. Is these two attorneys trying to pick apart what she says that is comical, and it's almost insulting. I'll be honest. They're not
Machine
asking
or environment where there was
They
cooling,
lost them. They
mechanical
lost some
cooling.
hours.
Sustained. Move on, Mr. Brennan.
You were shown a photograph, a chalk that had spots on them. Do you know where that photograph came from?
I do not.
Do you know who that was from, what person that was from?
No, I do not know the context of that picture.
Do you have any information on the circumstances which led to that condition?
I do not.
Do you have any information about what caused the condition that you saw on that chart?
I have seen similar pictures in textbooks depicting gastric hemorrhages or Wisniewski spots.
Oh, she saw it in textbooks. That means
You
she's
were
educated,
asked
Hank. She's an
about your
educated
role as a
lady.
medical examiner, and there were a number of questions about your assessment from a legal perspective.
Yes.
You mentioned that you had information from a police report. How many police reports were you given?
There was a preliminary police report, I believe, the day of the autopsy, and communications with law enforcement in the days and weeks following.
May I approach?
Yes.
Showing you a document. Do you recognize that document?
Oh, goodness.
Yes.
What is it?
This is a police report
Yeah.
on this particular case.
Is that a police report from your file?
Yes.
And that police report, is that the police report that you considered?
Amongst other information, yes.
How many lines is that police report?
11.
What's the date and time of that police report?
Jesus.
This was initiated on January 29th.
There's a big ass bunch of babies.
It says at 1941.
I have this marked for identification, all right?
Okay,
And hand the witness another document.
let us mark it.
Oh, sorry, I may have that back.
Yeah.
QQ for identification.
May I approach her?
Yes.
Second document, was that another document in your file?
Yes.
And is that another report to be considered?
Yes.
How many lines is that report?
5.
I'd move to have this marked for identification, please.
Okay.
Thank you.
Exhibit RR for identification.
May I approach again?
Yes.
I'm going to go back to the questions I asked you about logging in and refreshing your memory. I'm going to hand you a document. I'm not going to ask you to read it aloud. I'm just going to ask you to look at it. Does it refresh your memory on people who attended the autopsy?
Yes.
And who were they?
I believe one person was Mr. Keefe and the other one was Mr. Corner.
Are you part of the criminal investigation team?
No, I am not.
Did you go to the scene and evaluate any evidence?
No, I did not.
Did you do any of your own detective work or investigation in this case?
No, I did not.
So when you were asked questions about your role as the medical examiner in your medical evaluation of Mr. O'Keefe's body, you were also asked whether you considered any part of the legal aspect. Do you remember those questions?
Yes.
You would never, well, let me ask you. You submitted the death certificate on April 14th?
Correct.
I want to talk about some of the things that you may or may not have known about or considered at the time you wrote your death certificate or filed your death certificate. Were you informed or were you aware that before you filed your death certificate, there was information in the investigation that police spoke to a first responder by the name of Timothy Nuttall, who reported that the defendant,
I'm going to allow it.
that the defendant said, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him. Were you aware of that
I became aware of it at some point.
during your 90-day window?
I believe so.
Were you aware that there was another first responder by the name of McLaughlin who provided information that the defendant said, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him?
Yes.
Were you aware of statements made by the defendant, to Miss McCabe, that she said, may have I hit him? Did I hit him?
Objection, may we approach, please? Briefly.
Okay.
What's this got to do with Katie's testimony? She did not base her findings on what the police told her. She just considered it. And then she didn't say that hypothermia killed this man. They're all over the place with this stuff today. The woman said what she said. None of that tells the jury Karen Reed hit and killed that man in that medical examiner's report. Nothing about it does. It's not even conclusive as to what caused his death. So the fact they're picking it apart, I'm almost sorry I streamed this. I'm sorry I'm listening to it, actually. It's kind of painful. It's giving me a headache. It's like they're insulting her intelligence and all of ours at the same time. It's just like, get the questions you need asked, because you're taking hours to beat around the bush to one specific question that wasn't even relevant. All I want to know is if Proctor really contacted you and tried to pressure you into changing your stuff. That's all I care about at this point.
So jurors, I want to let you know that like other evidence that was let in previously, this is not coming in for the truth of what's in the statements. It's coming in so that as it goes to Dr. Scordi-Bello's knowledge and state of mind at the time of her report.
Thank you. At the time of your death certificate that you filed, were you informed that a Jennifer McCabe had reported that the defendant said, "Did I hit him or could I have hit him multiple times"?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to allow it.
I don't believe I knew about Miss McCabe.
Did you learn that Ms. McCabe reported later that the defendant, while speaking to first responders, reported that she had hit him? Did you know that?
I was aware of that information later on.
Were you aware of the investigation regarding alcohol consumption?
So is he accusing her of being wrong?
Yes.
Were you aware that the police or Massachusetts State Police spoke to other witnesses about their observations that night?
About their...
Their observations?
Yes.
Were you aware of an interview by Trooper Buchanan with firefighter Daniel Whitley on February 7, 2022?
I don't remember.
Were you aware that Mr. Whitley told the police that the defendant had expressed that she had gotten into an argument with the defendant that night?
That was part of the information I was given, yes.
So how does that help the Commonwealth's case?
It's hurting it.
Because if she's aware of that testimony, that one of the suspects said, "I hit him, I hit him, I hit him," then that could potentially impact your determination of the cause and manner of death, potentially, as a human being.
Yep.
And she still, after that, she still said the manner of death is undetermined.
Yep. I don't understand what he's doing with that, dude. I'm right there with you, Joe. It is not. That's ridiculous. Wow. After hearing what we've heard all these past few hours out of all these attorneys and her, it's like, that's like, wow. Wow. Yeah, it's not changing her assessment, Firefly. None of the external influences she had made her make a determination. Her medical training, she put down on paper what she thought. And she doesn't say, "I think a car hit him," or "I think a dog tore him up." I mean, good God. Or he got hit with anything. She's just stating medical facts, and they're trying to just make all kinds of accusations about it. She's not,
Right.
medical examiner is not an investigator like a detective, right? They're medical investigator. Yeah, I get that, but I'm talking about the crime scene investigation. She's only going to go by what those reports say, even though, like you said, she took all that into consideration and she saw that and knew the statements were made. She still didn't conclude he was hit by a car.
Well, what it does is it gives the defense ammunition on closing statement to say to the jury, the medical examiner had all of this information about everything that Jen McCabe said that
She don't even know about Jen.
that Karen said. She knows I hit him, and she still says manner of death undetermined. So that gives fuel actually for the defense in their closing argument.
They're talking about Katie McLaughlin because he asked her, did you know who McLaughlin is? That's Katie, the EMT that said she also heard, "I hit him, I hit him, I hit him." She testified to the grand jury about that. They've already picked apart her grand jury testimony. So he was referring to Katie's testimony. And so even though she knew that was out there, because she didn't find that out till a while later, she's like, it still didn't make any relevance to what she determined. So it's not helping the prosecution at all by going down this road with her. That is crazy. Go ahead and hang yourself, buddy.
First responder Anthony Flamate about statements made by the defendant to him?
I don't recall that particular first responder, no.
Were you aware of statements provided by Kerry Roberts to the police that the defendant had called her, citing Kerry, John is dead,
Yeah, I was given that information.
and the questions of did I hit him? Were you aware of that?
Yes.
Were you aware of information that troopers had an opportunity to go and speak to the defendant?
Yes.
Were you aware of the statements that she made to the troopers?
Not in detail.
Were you aware that when they spoke to her on January 29th, she informed that she had a broken taillight on her vehicle but did not know how it happened?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'll allow that.
Yes, I was provided with that information.
Were you provided the information that she had never observed John enter the residence?
I believe that was part of the original information, yes.
Were you aware that she informed, relative to the broken right taillight, she didn't know how it happened?
Yes, I was.
Were you aware that members of the Massachusetts State Police obtained John O'Keefe's phone and did a forensic data analysis on it?
I was not aware of that until much, much later.
After you filed your report?
Correct.
Were you aware of location data that was obtained from John O'Keefe's phone
Why would she?
before you filed the death certificate?
No, I was not.
Were you aware of healthcare data on John O'Keefe's phone before you filed the death certificate?
No, I was not.
Were you aware of battery temperature data on Mr.
God,
O'Keefe's
not the battery
iPhone
temp.
before you filed your death certificate?
No, I was not.
Were you aware of voice messages left on John O'Keefe's phone from the defendant before you filed your death certificate?
No, I was not.
Were you aware of text messages between the defendant and John O'Keefe before you filed your death certificate?
No.
Were you aware of statements from the defendant to various media outlets before you filed your death certificate?
No, I was not.
Did anybody ever come to you after you filed your death certificate and ask you to change it?
No.
Did anybody ever provide you any of this additional information you weren't aware of at the time, ask you to evaluate it, and then reconsider your finding?
No.
You were asked some questions about impact injuries. In your experience, are most pedestrian collisions where there's injuries to the lower legs, either frontal or rear impacts?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'll allow that because I'll allow that.
Most pedestrian fatalities that we see are with impact with the front of the vehicle.
When you gave the perspective that you looked for impact injuries, was that with consideration of your experience that most collisions are frontal impact injuries?
Most collisions involve frontal impact, yes.
How about cases where you had an opportunity to observe people who sustained injuries from being clipped? Not hit, but just being clipped. Is your opinion any different in your experience?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained in that one.
Okay. How about a side swipe injury? Is that different relative to your expectations to lower extremity injuries?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
A bruise on the knee, is that consistent with a side swipe impact?
Could be.
Did you do any type of biomechanical analysis of any alleged collision in this case?
No, I did not.
Were you asked to?
I'm not qualified to do that.
And so when you talk about injuries from a collision, are you in part speculating about what could happen to somebody?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained in that point.
Are you giving a direct opinion in this case about how the injuries were caused?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
You were asked questions about a...
How
nose
many
laceration.
times are we going to get objections sustained
And you
before she
offered that
like
was not consistent
gives him a
with
warning?
Falling backwards on the head.
Dude,
alone.
slow your roll.
Correct.
You were asked if that was consistent with a punch.
Correct.
Objection, Your Honor.
That's not the testimony. That's your objection, Mr.
That is Your Honor. There's not a question.
Did you provide an opinion that it could be consistent with a punch?
I did provide that opinion.
Could it be consistent with broken glass?
It's possible.
Could it be consistent with sharp shards from broken plastic?
Oh my God.
Wow.
Could it be consistent with first aid?
I'm sorry,
But
what was the
to be
consistent
fair,
with first
this
aid
is
treatment?
where Alessi should have gone. Alessi should have done this line of questioning.
Well, that's what we were talking about earlier. If you wanted,
Yes.
they wanted us to think there were, because both of these guys have made big mistakes. Okay, if you've sat here and listened to all this testimony like we have, they both made a bunch of mistakes questioning her. It's like they swapped for a minute, right?
Yep.
It's like they really just swapped with each other. And now they both lost me. They've lost their jurors. They're done for the day. This is ridiculous. The woman done said she don't know what caused all this. If y'all just want her to sit there and tell y'all what caused all this and solve this big old mystery, y'all are reaching.
Anything is possible.
Not y'all, but them. Y'all know what I mean.
Do you
Anything
have
is
any
possible.
First-hand knowledge of how the laceration on the nose happened?
I do not have firsthand knowledge.
Neither do you.
Did you know at the time you filed your death certificate that there was plastic pieces of taillight found near Mr. O'Keefe's body around 5:45 p.m. on January 29, 2022?
I do believe some of that information was communicated to us, yes.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Lessie.
Please, I know.
Thank you, Your Honor. Dr. Scorti-Bello, this Attorney Brennan just asked you questions about alcohol consumption. You had the opportunity to evaluate the medical records of Mr. O'Keefe, correct?
Correct.
And you had, in terms of the medical records, information with regard to the medications that Mr. O'Keefe had taken, is that correct?
I believe I reviewed those records at some point prior to issuing my report, yes.
Do you recall the list of medications that were in the medical records that Mr. O'Keefe was on?
I do not recall.
If I were to show you a document, might that refresh your recollection as to the list of medications?
I'm going to allow it. Is in connection with alcohol, too, you said, right?
Correct, Your
Go right
Honor.
ahead. Yes.
Dr.
That was a testy yes.
Yes.
Dr. Scorti-Bello, may I stand by the witness there?
Yes.
Thank you. Dr. Scorti-Bello, I am providing you with a document. Up at the top it says John O'Keefe, and I would like to draw your attention to medications. And to expedite it, I am going to focus on the fourth item on that list. Can you state what that medication is?
The fourth item is omeprazole.
Right. Does that refresh your recollection as to one of the medications Mr. O'Keefe was on?
Yes,
And that medication is,
it's an antacid.
right, and so omeprazole is the trade name of omeprazole Pepsid?
I believe so.
And Pepsid is a proton pump inhibitor?
Correct.
And a proton pump inhibitor stops the proton pump in the stomach from releasing acid, correct?
Yes.
And we're going to come back to that in just a moment, but do you also recall testifying at the grand jury with regard to alcohol consumption and potential alcohol consumption of Mr. O'Keefe?
I do remember testifying, yes.
And do you recall what your testimony was with regard to alcohol consumption and small ulcers in the stomach potentially associated with alcohol consumption?
Alcohol consumption, I don't recall my exact.
Okay, I'm not a big drinker. I've done stated this 1,000 times. I damn near died from a bleeding ulcer and was told for almost 7 months there's nothing wrong with you, go home, until I was rushed to emergency surgery. They don't know what caused it to this day. They can only speculate. So let's get over with this damn conversation.
Exact words at grand jury, but alcohol consumption can lead to gastric ulcers.
And alcohol consumption can lead to gastric ulcers. And what medications can treat gastric ulcers?
Well, they don't treat them, they prevent them, but that would be a proton pump inhibitor such as omeprazole.
Right. So,
Exactly, Firefly, you know.
isn't it correct, therefore, that the ulcers that are observed in the stomach of Mr. O'Keefe that we talked about, the gastric mucosa, could have come from
Is alcoholism?
ulceration due to alcohol consumption,
It's possible.
as opposed to hypothermia, correct?
Correct.
Attorney Brennan asked you questions moments ago, and actually several of them, of which included the words, did I hit him, could I hit him? Do you recall those questions?
I do.
And isn't it correct that you had that information before you issued your final findings in this matter in April of 2022?
Yes, I did.
So, even though you had all that information, you still were unable to conclude the manner of death of Mr. O'Keefe, correct?
Correct.
Thank you, Dr. Scordi-Bello.
All right, Doctor, you are all set.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I'm going to see counsel at sidebar.
They all get in trouble.
Sidebar potty time, excellent.
Right?
That's a Wayne's World reference.
They are going to get in trouble right now. She's going to be like, what the hell was wrong with y'all? And what was that all about? Butterfly, they don't need me up there as the judge. I wouldn't let none of them talk. I'm like, let me question this lady. Y'all just sit down for a minute. Let me ask her the questions. I think I got this.
Sit down and learn a thing or two, you attorneys.
Right? That was, I have never seen such in my life. Oh, they're having to take off their little press pass things. Look, and give them up. So are they?
No, they're not done.
Yeah.
We're gonna have us a little spicy moment
We
here.
are on schedule. So with that, I'm going to let you go a few minutes early, so please do not discuss this case.
I didn't get to watch this earlier, so
Investigation into this case. If you
I can't
happen to
wait.
see, hear, or read anything about this case, please disregard it and let us know, and be very careful with your social media use. So we'll see
Be
you
very
tomorrow.
careful with
Move back to the jury.
they're done today. Yeah, they're going home. And that was pretty grueling. I don't blame them.
Well, the jury's going home, but not everybody's going home.
So
There's
tell
more.
me don't make me pick it apart, dude. I'm not in the mood. What happened? Do I need to go back
No,
to the courtroom? Was there something in the
yes,
courtroom?
yes,
Hearing
yes,
or something?
yes.
Okay. Because you can just tell me. I don't care about spoiler alerts. I mean, I can go look at it again. Spoiler alerts don't bother me. I'm not like everybody else. Hang on, let me move my screen back over. Hang on. Okay. Yeah, no sidebars.
It has to do with the new experts that are coming in this trial for the Commonwealth.
Okay. Let me pull it back up. It's not about to start. Oh, pre-trial motion for Koberger. Get off there. We already spent enough time with you today, too. All right, let me scroll back. Let me get my thing back up. Where'd my feed go? Oh, there it is. Okay, so I'll take it back down there to the... They let her go. Okay. Hang on. 1 second, guys. Okay, I'm dead. I'm back now where they took off their little press pass thingies. And they're giving them back. Okay. There we go. They'll start back in a minute, I assume. But wait, there's more. Everybody's like, Salty, go back. Oh, goodness. Y'all, that stuff gave me a headache today. It was bad enough sitting through all that grueling scheduling stuff with the Koberger thing. Then I had to come in here and listen to this nonsense. Hank's being hanky, Rachel says. Uh-oh. I haven't trolled the Twitter today because I really got turned off yesterday evening with this case and the Twitter, so I haven't really wanted to look at it today. Because I don't want to make a comment because I'm in a bad mood or something. So, Joe, I guess you watched this part earlier?
I saw clips of it here and there, but I wasn't able to pay attention to it. So
Right.
I'm not 100% up to speed. I'm like 10% of the way there. So this is going to be
Right.
good for me. Yeah.
Okay, cool. I can't believe they went on and on with that lady.
All right,
Okay.
so jurors, that is it for today. I'm told that we are on schedule. So with that, I'm going to let you go a few minutes early. So please do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into this case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case, please disregard it and let us know, and be very careful with your social media use. So we'll see you tomorrow morning.
Move back to the jury.
Did she say schedule? Schedule?
Yeah,
We were on schedule.
that's what it always sounds like she says to me. I ignore her. I don't let her get into my skin at all. I just ignore big old Bev over there. I just pretend like she don't exist. I'm serious. That's how I get through life, y'all. If somebody bugs me, I ignore them. I don't let them get to me. Save my sanity like that.
You may be seated.
All right, so Mr. Lessie, I'll hear you. I'll hear you, Mr. Lessie.
Thank you, Your Honor. The topic I would like to raise with Your Honor is the timing and nature and significance of the information that the defense has received from the firm Aperture. And Your Honor may recall there are two individuals on the witness list that we understand are to testify in this matter. First is Dr. Judson Welcher, and the second is Shannon Burgess.
And are they testifying in reverse order, though, than what you said?
My understanding is, Your Honor, yes. That
Okay.
My understanding, Mr. Brennan has the best information, is that it's proposed that Mr. Burgess testifies first and Dr. Welcher testifies thereafter.
Okay.
So the Commonwealth has established in reports right up until May, not established, they had stated in the reports of Aperture, particularly the slide presentation of Dr. Welcher, a trigger called 1162.2 that they have associated in the report of Dr. Welcher with a specific time. And that specific time that they have associated with that trigger is 12/31/38 to 12/31/43. And we have been assuming that information, and this is from best memory, but I believe it's slide 137 or so, where the statement is in the slide. And so we have proceeded with our defense. We have proceeded with the work that has been assigned to ARCA.
That last part about the timing of it, I missed earlier.
On May 8th, not too long ago, Your Honor, we received an amended report of Shannon Burgess that pushes that time period. Now, I'm just going to get it. So, although it was dated May 8th, we received it actually on May 11th. And in that report, Mr. Burgess states that he is making an amendment, and he is now stating that that infotainment trigger of 1162.2 is further back in time, and it is past 12/31/43.
Do you have the time?
I'm going to get the exact time, Your Honor. It is 12/32/16. And Your Honor may recall that the seconds, literally seconds, matter in the analysis of many factors. I won't go into them other than to say I went through and developed testimony with regard to the cross-examination of Mr. Whiffen. He had a timeline. He talked about much human volitional conduct. Suffice it to say that that information is literally, by seconds, determinative in some ways of various analyses. So we basically commissioned, if you will, ARCA to be looking at matters based upon the infotainment trigger 1162.2 of 12/31/38 to 12/31/43. It says of May 11th we received information that has changed that. Now, Your Honor, that is a Rule 14 violation among other issues, but I wanted to start there. It's a Rule 14 violation. It's obviously, as I stated, an amendment of a report of a significant matter. And also, with regard to the defense's ability to provide a defense, we have to be able to evaluate that information in terms of our entire defense. And it's just not limited to ARCA. It's our entire defense. The other data point I want to get to, so the effect it's had, we still haven't even been able to evaluate entirely that. And I believe, Your Honor, based upon the information that I have, that this may have been a calculated matter by the Commonwealth, but even assuming it's not calculated, the effect is pronounced.
They're all going to be
So what I want to do, Your Honor, is to look at what the reason Mr. Burgess has given, which leads me to be very concerned about a calculation and a strategy calculation here. Mr. Burgess states in his own words that the reason why he is changed, that time is being changed, is to, quote, align the trigger with Mr. Whiffen's analysis. And Mr. Whiffin's analysis is based upon the extraction data from Mr. O'Keefe's phone.
Firefly, you gotta be joking. That's so not cool. How do you let that happen, right? Oh.
And I believe it's undisputed that the extraction from Mr. O'Keefe's phone occurred years ago. And the data from that has been extant, it's been available years ago. So to me, Your Honor, that basis can't be a proper basis at particularly this stage where we are approaching the end of the trial, just literally days before the testimony of Aperture, and we are in a very, very almost impossible, challenging situation. So, Your Honor, there are obviously, Your Honor knows the situation here. Our first request is that the May 8th report that we received on May 11th be not allowed, that it be not considered at all. As Your Honor knows, I don't like to use hyperbolic words, but the word has been used for us, against us, ambush, ambush, ambush. If there's ever an example of an ambush, this is it. And so, Your Honor, our request is that Your Honor find a Rule 14 violation, that Your Honor have the remedy be that the violation, remedy be that this is not allowed, and that the Commonwealth proceed with its the information of Aperture that has been extant before the May 8th date of the report. Thank you.
All right. Do you have another option if that's not something that we do, right? Because the Commonwealth moved to exclude ACA or have them go by their old report, right?
Right. And Your Honor, I'm going to answer your question, but with just the quick point that this is really much different than ARCA because two reasons. We are the defense, and ARCA is a rebuttal to the prosecution's case. That is much different than a prosecution changing its theory of the case at this time.
I understand that. I'm just asking if you have another option.
It's not what I am saying that I am proffering. I think the only remedy here is exclusion and a Rule 14 violation.
And you're not waiving that?
Oh, I'm not waiving that.
No, I'm not asking you to.
Your Honor.
Okay, a continuance for how long?
I could have a better answer perhaps to that question tomorrow. I haven't, given what's been going on, I haven't even had a chance to talk to ARCA.
All right, so tomorrow morning, let me know that. All right,
In Your Honor, I will do that, of course. And I will also say, without getting into an elaboration of it, we have to look at all the witnesses that we called. I'll give you an example. Mr. Whiffen. I had my whole cross-examination, not whole, but a significant part of my cross-examination of Mr. Whiffen based upon going through human volitional conduct off that phone that was after that 1162 trigger. And a lot of our defense in theory is based upon that's been in existence now for several months. And again, I go to the bottom line that the proffered reason in Mr. Burgess's report is to align with the data on Mr. O'Keefe's phone, and then that's been around for a long time. So that's my answer to Your Honor's question.
all right, thank you. Mr. Brennan.
Your Honor, this disclosure is not a Rule 14 violation. The Commonwealth, just like the defense is entitled, continues to work on their case and study their case as time goes on. This issue, the relevance of this issue, has been clear throughout the case, including my opening statement. And the issue is that clocks are different. There is a clock in a Lexus that runs on a different time than that of an iPhone. And if you recall in my opening statement, I talked about the fact that there are variances between those clocks. So instead of a moment that coincides happening at the precise second, sometimes there's a variance of time between the two. So the Lexus clock could be at a variance with an iPhone, but the event still could happen at the same time, given the clocks have different times. The defense provided a report by a person by the name of Mr. DeSorga, a noted expert witness who they've listed as a witness they may potentially call. Mr. DeSorga wrote a report, and in the report he suggested, based on his analysis, that Mr. O'Keefe's phone always ran late. That means if the text stream data, the black box data from the car, has an event at 12:32:38, 12:31:38, and Mr. O'Keefe's last movements were 12:32:16, last user interaction 12:32:09, there is a variance between those times. We asked our expert to review their expert's report to see if he was accurate that the variance means that these times would never align. And that's what he did. He studied the data, he studied the waves, he studied the Lexus black box relative to the time. Doesn't change anything, doesn't change the data whatsoever, just adds to the time. What he learned, from his opinion, is that Mr. DeSorga was wrong. He used information from different phones, not recognizing the items that these timelines came from, and that his time estimates are wrong. So then he looked at the time of the event of the ignition, on and off, and he compared that to the Waze data. And when he did, he found that he could identify what the actual differential was. Instead of guessing that it was within the 30-second window, it was somewhere around 21 to 25 seconds. And that 7 minutes before the collision, Mr. O'Keefe's phone was 21 to 29 seconds ahead, which means you subtract that time, which puts it in the same variance that we've been arguing from the beginning, that the collision occurred at the same moments when Mr. O'Keefe last had user interaction, and that reconciles with the data. It does not change the text stream data or the black box information on the car whatsoever. It does not change ARCA's analysis whatsoever. We received this report on May 8th. I was surprised to receive it. I welcomed it. We turned it over on May 8th. There was no delay. It's been a week now the defense has had this information. And so this is not an attempt to align anything. While it may reconcile or identify that variance more closely, it doesn't change any data whatsoever. And so this is not a Rule 14 violation. The effort was in response to disclosures that we believe were wrong by the defense expert, and it is clarified and it is favorable for us. And so we should be able to use it.
Did you intend to use it in your case in chief, or only if this witness disorder? I don't remember reading that name, so I don't know how to pronounce it.
Case in chief. On my case in chief, because we now have this available data. As I said, this wasn't ambushed, isn't something that we sat on. It was in response. Fortunately, we received their expert report, which caused us to focus more closely. And now that we've identified that variance, rather than having an open variance of 30 seconds, we should not be precluded from favorable information that has been provoked by a report by the defense.
Okay. Yes.
I'll do it quickly.
Okay.
Attorney Brennan has provided a lot of information, and he has accurately provided information, but he's got the time completely wrong and the significance respectfully completely wrong. I'm going to hit his 4 categories quickly. He said, he referenced Mr. DeSorbo, who is a defense witness. Two points about Mr. DeSorbo. First, Mr. DeSorbo provided his expert report within the reciprocal discovery deadline.
Okay.
And he provided that report months ago.
Okay.
So if, as I heard Attorney Brennan, he's saying the reason why we're getting something on May 8th is because Mr. Burgess supposedly is responding to that. That was months ago.
Okay.
The more apt point is, or an even more apt point is, Mr. DeSorbo was responding to the information of Aperture. It wasn't like Mr. DeSorbo was coming up. He was rebutting as defendants do. So, and it's Mr. DeSogra, D-I-S-O-G-R-A. Again, D-I-S-O-G-R-A.
For real. Hello, 85857. Welcome in. It's been a hot minute. Dude, you might have come in at a wrong time. Joe, I had a phone call and I saw I kind of missed a little bit of this, guys. Fill me in.
So there is a huge time differential that might be a tiny time differential, and I could have sworn that the first thing that Alessi said was it was like 8 or it was 12:31 something, like 12:31:40 something
Yeah.
to 12:32:30 something. Like there was a difference of like 27 seconds, and he said seconds matter. So these people are changing these people are changing their report by seconds, and I'm just trying to figure out in my mind, is that a critical difference?
No.
And
Not
he's making it out to be a critical difference. Like
Yeah,
they
but here's
changed
the
ARCA
thing.
changed their report to coincide with Waze or but
Wait.
30
So wait. I thought that the defense had ARCA guys too. So are both sides have ARCA guys? I'm about done with this.
maybe it's not ARCA. Maybe it's the other people. This case gets so
Well, I
jumbled
heard
in my
them say
mind.
ARCA a second ago, but
I thought they did too. Yeah.
if Hank wants to keep playing games, Hank's going to lose my interest completely in this whole case. Because I don't understand what 30 seconds, 27 seconds, whatever they want to call it, can and cannot mean anything. It doesn't. I don't understand.
It doesn't prove or disprove the
Here's the thing,
Commonwealth's case.
No, but phone data, any kind of data, just wait till you get to Koberger's case. None of this data is 1,000% accurate, right? Ever. You got different programs reading this, another program reading the same thing. They're going to come up with two different things, right? So none of it's going to be down to the wire 100%. We don't even believe what Celebrate's telling us about the data in this case, but we're going to believe all the defense's team has to say about it. No, none of it's going to be 1,000% accurate. So, and I'm willing to accept that. So how big of a deal is a 27-second difference? Now, if somebody's fudging and changing things, I'd like to know why it's different, right?
And Hank puts out an excuse for that. I'm going to call it an excuse because it does not feel like a reason to me. Like he admitted, I'm pretty sure he admitted, I'm going to have to go back and watch this again because I'm pretty sure he admitted that what they testified to in the first trial was incorrect, or what they testified to in prior reports was incorrect. Like we are correcting something that they testified to or they reported or they put in a report earlier. And we're just now notifying the defense that we're changing it on May the 8th, like exactly 1 week ago.
It was dated May 8th and they received it May 11th. Here's the thing.
Yes.
These cases go on and on for years. And then the updated software comes out and they're like, oh, we're going to retest. Remember how they did with Libby's phone? 5 years. 5 years, continued to retest that phone every time some damn software updates got. And guess what, guys? We still don't know what Libby German's phone was doing. Why or how? Not even the experts know. So I'm a little over all these data dudes. I'll just have to be honest. My God, none of it's going to be to the T, 1,000% perfect, and we all better get used to it and accept it and make our own conclusions like the jury's going to have to do. This is getting out of they're going to get me going, y'all. I can't. So, yeah, they're popping off in the comments about the ARCA. Let's see. Firefly says ARCA's used by defense for rebuttal. Rachel says Hank has a witness to rebut ARCA. Well, they're both going to rebut ARCA? I'm so confused over these ARCA people. Do I even want to hear from them at this point? What are they going to testify to, right? Nobody's ever, Shorty kind of explained it, but if they both can rebut ARCA, I thought ARCA testified for who's calling ARCA to testify if they're both going to have...
The defense is calling ARCA.
Okay, well, I know that's what I thought, but
Yep.
they're both saying that
So I'm catching up,
has a
slowly
witness to
catching up.
rebut ARCA.
Yeah, exactly. The Commonwealth has an expert to rebut ARCA, and they changed their report.
Mm,
The expert that was called to rebut ARCA. I can't keep up.
Lord, I can't either. I don't even. Part of my brain don't want to.
Right.
This is why I got turned off with this case the first time around. There's way too many attorneys up there trying to argue and look at each other and go back and forth. I understand you need an expert in this field, that field, that field, but keep it down to a minimum. Y'all had all night last night to kind of go over today's testimony and what you're going to ask these witnesses, right? It's just feeling a little lost right now, and I feel like they're both reaching at this point. And they made a mistake. They blundered. They just made a big mistake with that medical examiner, I think.
They both did, both sides.
Yeah, they
Yeah.
both did. They lost their jurors completely. They was probably so ready to go home. Okay, yeah, ARCA's a defense witness, but they're going to use them to rebut the prosecution's expert. I get that part, but y'all, I'm still hearing that they both got ARCA. I'm like, how? Why?
Well, no, ARCA is
What's going on?
strictly defense. ARCA is strictly defense.
That's what I thought. That's what I thought. So their word salad can eat me right now. Hang on, I gotta type a message back, guys. Yeah, their word salad's a little bit much for my brain right now.
Right, Rachel, but changing it by 27 seconds, is that
Yeah.
really critical? And that was like the very first thing that I know that I heard Alessi say was seconds matter. And they kind of do, but does 27 seconds really matter in
Right.
proving or disproving the Commonwealth's case? I
And
don't see it. So show me
not
how
a
that 27 seconds matters.
not a 27-second. I mean, that did he 27 seconds? Could he have made it in the door a little bit quicker? Or, yeah, he got out of the car a little bit quicker. None of that's going to tell me Karen Reed hit this man on purpose. I'm sorry, that 27 seconds won't get me there. The medical testimony might. So far, that hasn't got me there. So now I got to hear from these accident people. I'm totally over all data in this case. Totally got over it a long time ago. I'm totally over all these little bullshit cops. Done. Bring me the actual stuff that's going to tell me what happened to this man. That y'all, to your best of your ability, right? Because you're both telling me opposite things happened. Completely opposite things happened to this man. It's crazy.
So that's an important point with regard to Mr. DeSoger. Now I want to go to Attorney Brennan's comment about clocks are different. I agree
Clocks are
with
different.
Attorney Brennan on that.
Y'all should live in my world, Mr. Attorneys, where clocks don't exist. I'm not even joking. It's beautiful. I rarely look at the time or the date. I don't care. I have nowhere to go. If I do, I'll make sure I check the time, make sure I'm on time. I live in a world and have for the last few years where time don't matter to me.
The shortcoming for Attorney Brennan's argument, however, is that the clocks are different concept has been in existence in this case for over 6 months. I can give you by memory Mr. Whiffin's report of December of 2024, where his report went into the different clocks and what their significance was. So that is almost 6 months ago, at least 5 months ago, the issue of different clocks has been in existence in this case. So therefore, the issue of different clocks dates back to then. But even more fatal for the Commonwealth's argument is that Mr. Burgess himself issued his report and talked about the difference in clocks. He already knew it, he already had it.
Did he testify to that last time? Did he testify?
Aperture was not part of the first
trial. All right, I thought Burgess was, no?
No, neither.
Okay.
No one from Aperture was.
I knew
Your Honor.
Aperture was, and I thought he may have been something. The name just sounded
Neither
familiar.
Burgess nor Welcher were part
Okay.
of the first trial, but they were retained. Aperture was retained, I believe, in October of 2024.
Okay.
And at best for the Commonwealth, Aperture had, and Mr. Burgess and Dr. Welcher had Mr. Whiffin's report that talked about the clock differences. So the clock differences cannot be, as the Commonwealth is proffering, some sort of new information that caused Aperture to provide a new report. This variance that Attorney Brennan talked about, it's called the clock drift. A more layperson's term is a variance of time. Mr. Burgess, in his original report months ago, has a whole section on clock drift. He's just changing the drift.
Okay, so the other issue, and I don't want to keep people here too long. Can you wrap it up, Mr. Alessi, or is that?
In 60 seconds.
Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, the last point I wanted to make, and I think I heard Attorney Brennan correctly, is he said he was surprised that he got this report dated May 8th. That's what I heard. So if the Commonwealth is surprised that they got it, that should mean, to me, Your Honor, be an outstanding, fetching reason to not allow it, because they're surprised to get it. And I can lastly say this, Your Honor, there's nobody that's more surprised to getting this than the defendant when we got it on May 11th.
Okay, thank you. The other issue about calling your expert on rebuttal, Mr. Brennan, based on the late disclosure of the ARCA materials. What's your argument on that?
I won't iterate the entire past, but Your Honor has found discovery violations. Your Honor has found that I want to phrase this properly, the efforts of the defense were improper. And inevitably, we've now received an extraordinary amount of discovery on the most important issue in this case, well beyond the discovery deadlines, without any excuse. And the court, understandably, has overruled the government's objection and has stated that it's going to allow the defense to proffer two expert witnesses in a very complicated field, in an issue that is the heart of this case. You're going to allow them to testify, despite the fact that we have not had adequate time to review and to prepare and to address it.
Oh, that's rich. Adequate time to review and address.
The Commonwealth has an obligation to prove its case beyond a reasonable doubt. And this isn't simply late disclosure of some evidence. This is a massive amount of evidence of the most critical issue. And so we provided this information to Dr. Welcher. As you know, he was away. We did not get a report until maybe May 7th. We did not have a chance to look at it until May 9th. An extraordinary amount of work, effort, and expense has gone into preparing our case for the jury.
That's you bringing in a new expert witness, dude.
There are entirely
That's
new
not on the
subject
defense.
areas within this information, well beyond the simple four opinions that they gave at the beginning. There are studies, there are demonstrations, there are experiments. This requires not only review, but an analysis, testing, vetting, and then preparing testimony to address the claims made by the defense experts. Not to get into a battle of disparagement, but our expert has found extraordinary issues in his first reviews of material. And some of those concerns lead him to need, in his opinion, to actually conduct his own tests to demonstrate the failures of these ARCA witnesses. That's going to take time. You've heard from the ARCA witnesses themselves. With the amount of data they received, they estimated they needed 5 weeks. And they were given 5 weeks despite all the discovery deadline violations. They were given 5 weeks. We did not get the report until May 7th. And so we believe we are entitled to have our expert review all the materials, do his testing, provide opinions. None of that is going to happen anytime soon because he still has not finished reviewing all the materials. There's many, many gigabytes. He's in a difficult schedule. He is away tomorrow, Saturday. We were going to try to begin to prep at the end of the weekend. There is no way he's going to be able to testify anytime soon and have all of this validation and vetting and testing.
So what is it exactly you're proposing?
So what we would like to do is have him testify about what he has prepared, that he's had adequate time to prepare. If either of these ARPA witnesses testify and they introduce new opinions, new testing, new demonstrations, he should be able to continue reviewing the materials, actively engage his own testing now, so by the time the defense case is over, he will be prepared to come back and address the new issues, not the older issues or regurgitate his testimony, but to address any new issues that were provided in violation of discovery orders, and so that he can then
he's talking about violation of discovery.
I see no other way of this expert failure.
They provided a report on the 11th,
The unfair prejudice,
and he's
cannot
bitching
occur
about
any other
discovery
way.
issues.
We ask that he be able to
I'm so over
continue
this
to
right
review.
now.
I am too. I am too.
Opinions on anything that is new
I
and
cannot.
not to encroach on anything that's been previously.
All I
provided.
hear is the
Can
Charlie Brown teacher right now.
Burgess testify after?
After watching that hearing today in Coburger and the way that judge is handling this courtroom and the way these clowns are handling this courtroom, it's like a mockery. It's a mockery of our judicial system. It's insulting everybody's intelligence, and it's ridiculous. Both sides are just so eager to win at all cost, it almost feels like. At all cost, including a salacious campaign by both sides. Wow.
Mr. Welcher?
I wonder.
No, because Dr. Welcher relies on Shannon Burgess' information material. It will make no sense. I thought about it. It makes no sense to the jury, this presentation, unless Shannon Burgess has an opportunity to provide the background information.
All right. Mr. Lassie, I'll hear you on this.
Thank you, Your Honor. I think and I understand that it's very well understand the time of the day, so I'm going to do this hopefully efficiently. When we're talking about ARPA and the information of ARPA, it's very important analytically to put them in their two proper buckets. The first bucket is the information and opinions of ARPA that have been in existence since February of 2024.
Yeah, let's focus on the beyond. Let's focus on
Okay, good, because my pithy conclusion is there should be no prejudice on that.
And I don't think the Commonwealth's even suggesting that. So
we're focusing just
Watch
on the
Alan
new
Jackson in this.
information bucket. Your Honor, it's very important to understand.
I think Alan Jackson
that
wants to be
what
presenting
ARPA
this
is
argument.
doing is in response to
He's
the
fidgety.
testing of aperture. ARCA did not come up with new approaches. We, again, to state the obvious, are the defense. We get to rebut what the prosecution has put forward. And so what ARCA has done with the new information, new testing, is simply to rebut what Aperture has done. So I do not understand the length of time or the lift, if you will, that's being proffered for Aperture. Now with regard to the time period, Your Honor has already determined what the appropriate approach is for the new information from ARCA. When Dr. Rentschler was on the stand, or Dr. What you said, when can you get me the information? And they said, I think it was May 6th or May 7th, whatever, and they met the deadline. They did it. We proceeded along with the trial with that information. We complied with that request to continually try to claim that there should be ongoing remedies of something that's already been decided. I do not understand.
So I did leave open. I did leave it open to address.
You did leave open the time, but Your Honor didn't leave open that you were going to continue to address this matter as if the defense is making perpetual violations. There was a determination made, and then the question was the remedy. So I'm just addressing the Commonwealth, positing that somehow there's continuing violations. My final 2 points. What Mr. Brennan
can't
is
stand still.
seeking is improper.
He can't
What
stand
it's
still.
seeking
I can't
is
even sit still
the
right
most
now. I'm ready to get up and
extraordinary
run.
situation, which is have Aperture come before the jury, testify to certain things, have ARCA have to come on, and then have Aperture come back and essentially have almost a rebuttal to a rebuttal as of right. I do not understand that process. I do not understand that proposal. It inverts the order of proof. It prejudices the defendant because it almost ipso facto gives a double rebuttal, surrebuttal to the defense. I believe, Your Honor, the final point is, if Your Honor is inclined to give Aperture more time, and I haven't even heard a deadline yet for Dr. Welcher. It's still open. What I would recommend, Your Honor, is that we follow the proper order of proof. We determine when Aperture can conclude its review of the ARCA.
I'm just going to go ahead and say this. No wonder Massachusetts has a big problem with corruption. Because I don't think they know how to get anything done.
I was able to listen to this earlier with half an eye, half an ear.
Yeah.
And now I'm watching it and listening to it like fully, and I can't follow it. I cannot follow this guy's logic. I cannot follow his arguments. And look at the defense team. Everybody in the defense team, Yannetti and Alan Jackson, are sitting there with their head leaning on their left arm, just like watching him like, what the hell are you doing?
Erin was shaking her head a second ago.
I missed that. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, and now she's got her hand to her mouth. They're all like, I don't think they're like, go, go my guy. It's not like that. But
No.
I don't think Bev does enough to control her courtroom because like she doesn't rule, not like she doesn't rule right, but her objections and things like that, she lets too much bullshit happen. And all these damn ridiculous sidebars and stuff she literally should have ironed out pre-trial, like most cases I watch. So I don't understand no wonder this case spiraled, because I don't think anybody in Massachusetts is aware of what they're doing.
Work, and that there be a reflection that keeps the order, namely, that the prosecution comes in with Aperture, Dr. Welcher, and Mr. Burgess, and then the defense, as part of its case in chief, puts on ARCA, and we make the determination as to what happens there. Otherwise, what we're happening is here, it's almost a self-serving matter where the Commonwealth is getting to put on certain witnesses, hear from our witnesses, and then have an automatic rebuttal. And Your Honor, I just think that's improper and prejudicial. There's another, and importantly, it's a burden shifting to the defense.
All right, so I have a question for you, Mr. Lessie. Are you still thinking that if the defense puts on a defense that will take roughly a week and a half for that to take place?
That is our best estimate still, Your Honor.
And not holding you to this, because obviously you have no burden, if ARCA is part of that defense, when in that week and a half time frame would that be?
We haven't made a final decision, Your Honor, but we're pretty close that it would be toward the end.
Okay. All right. I needed all this information now, so I appreciate it. All right. Thank you.
Oh, thank God.
Whoa, that
Oh,
was grueling. After all that testimony stuff, then we had to sit through that. Oh my goodness. Oh wow. Guys, I don't think they got anywhere with any of that stuff today at all. I'm not even sure if I understand all that aperture crap. 27 seconds.
Aperture and Arca. So it sounds
Yeah.
like there are two opposing expert witnesses
Yeah.
for the phone data, and there's 27 seconds of disparity.
Yeah, and why are we still looking at I mean, y'all are still are we still checking stuff to make sure well, let's go back and check that house long to die in cold situation out. Can we focus on what matters? We're gonna have to just discredit that whole search because y'all don't know what time all that happened, but boy, y'all down to this 27 seconds now. I'm like, what? I think it's more important about the other stuff. Don't you? I don't know, guys. This is crazy. Um, can you imagine if we didn't have FFW? What is my brain's not thinking right now, Butterfly. What's FFW? I'm tired. Oh wow. So I need to go to the store for real though before it closes. I gotta go down to the Dollar General get something. Um, wow. I don't even know what to make of all that right there at the end, or that whole medical examiner testimony. Because the one thing I did listen to all of her testimony when she was talking about her findings, though, the extent of the injuries and different things. Because I'm trying to figure out if this man was hit by a car or a hand, right, or a human. So that's the only thing I wanted to take away from her whole testimony. And they got up there and ruined it with all this fast forward. Oh, yeah, I don't speak in. Thank you. Fast forward. Wow.
Ugh.
Well, Joe, I didn't realize if I was going to get you up here, it was going to be all that.
It's all that and another thing, too.
Yeah. So I guess they are having court tomorrow, guys, and that will be, I think, day 17, technically. Um, and hopefully we'll get on to some better. I want to get on to the accident, guys. You know what I mean? I'm tired of all the unnecessary fluff that I feel
Oh
like.
Lord, you want to see the state's accident, guys? I think last time it was Trooper Proctor last time that was the Commonwealth's accident guy, and that was a mess. That was a wreck. Like me, as somebody who likes precision and accuracy, and you tell me what your uncertainty is, he couldn't do any of that.
He was bad. Yeah, that doesn't
But
surprise me. I
yeah,
mean,
but
I
they're
want
not
to.
going to this time.
Yeah, I want to hear from whoever the state has, of course, and then I want to hear what the defense's people say as well. I don't think I'm gonna take a whole lot away from what the defense or shit the prosecution has to come out and say as far as their accident people go. I mean, I'm willing to listen to it. That doesn't mean I'm gonna be like, oh, I can believe the prosecutor. You know what I mean? It's not gonna work like that for me. But I still need to hear from both sides. Regardless, and if they got a crappy one, Trooper Paul, no, Firefly, we're done. I don't like it when state troopers are your only expert. They're state troopers. I get it. They have some training and blah blah blah. They
They took a
respond.
40-hour class. They took
Yeah,
a 40-hour class.
right, and they respond to car accidents. I get it, but yeah, as far as an accident reconstructionist, Firefly, am I going to laugh the whole time he's up there? Probably. So we had an order come down after the Koberger hearing, and it's got the Dateline stuff in it.
What? Oh
Yeah,
no.
let me pull it up. Which one was it? There's an order regarding the May 15th hearing. That one just dropped a little bit ago. Records hold. Here we go. There was 2 filed. This one, I'll bring up the screen. This was a 3-page document and holds record. Document and records hold order defense. Okay, let me pull this up. All right, can you guys, let me get rid of me and Joe up there so I can make that a little bigger for you guys, see if you can see it well enough. Let me enlarge it on my side. Don't say a word, Joe. I know, my friend. Okay.
It was halfway out of my mouth, damn it.
I know. I already knew it. Okay. Between you and Miss Shorty, I don't know which one's worse with that. Oops. Let me get this out. She's always, that's what she said. Okay. Document and records hold order defense based on sensitive information not previously publicly circulated that was reported during a recent Dateline TV program related to this case, the defendant Brian Koberger. It appears likely that someone violated this court's non-dissemination order. What did we talk about this morning, y'all?
Mm-hmm.
We certainly did talk about this. Such violations not only undermine the rule of law, potentially by persons charged with upholding it, but also significantly impede the ability to seat an impartial jury and will likely substantially increase the cost to try this case by extending the time it will take to seat a jury and potentially require a lengthy period of juror sequestration. And people need to remember, when you're out here screaming, sequester that jury, do you want to be sequestered for 3 straight months? No, I don't. I will come up with any excuse I can do to get out of your jury pool if you're going to tell me you're going to sequester me for 3 solid months away from my family. Nope, not going to happen. Not for Kroberger or nobody else. I will lie through my teeth to get out of that. I'm sorry, that's a long time. And we can't expect people to put everything aside like that.
Well, what we saw in Lori Vallow Daybell was that there were people that didn't mention their hardships on the initial juror questionnaire, but then when they got actually in, and that's how we lost 2 jurors in the
Yeah.
first 2 days, was they claimed hardship after the fact.
Yeah, well, Judge Hippler's made it clear they need to be asking all that, and if they want to claim hardship later, he's not going to play around. That judge in Lori's case sat that jury within a matter of a couple of hours. That's
3
not
hours, yep.
Yeah, that is not going to happen over here with the extensive jury questionnaires. They've never seen jury questionnaires like they're about to see in this case. We done been through a whole ass thing about these jury questionnaires. These are not the average questionnaires. Anne got some of her wishes there, right? So this is a whole next level thing. And some of the stuff being done right now in this case is precedent setting. And I knew that a year and a half ago with that huge Twitter space me and Sleuthy were in. We had a big ass discussion. Actually, it was about 2 years ago now, about how this case was going to come forward and set precedents moving forward, because it's such that kind of case, right? So sequestering a jury for all that long, and you do these questionnaires and all this, they're going to be really picky and try to weed them all out. And you heard what the judge said earlier about, and Ada counties, they know how to do this, maybe a little better than Arizona did. They already had 2 dances with Daybell before Arizona ever got their hands on her. They're like, hold my beer, Arizona. According to the court, finds it's imperative to attempt to see that the source of such leak is identified and held to account. Dateline,
Ooh,
yourself there.
who's investigating that?
Oh, they investigated it the minute that thing dropped. The judge said today, and Rachel caught it because I was like, what happened Friday? The judge said, up until Friday, I wanted 6 alternates, but after Friday, I wanted 8.
Ooh.
What happened on Friday, Dateline? There was an investigation launched immediately, just like there was when into Lori Daybell's Juror 15 bullshit.
Do you think the Ada County Sheriff's Office is investigating that?
Yeah, the court's investigating it. This is not
right. That's Ada County. Yeah.
Yeah. And so yeah, they got their investigators and all that. They know who the gag order pertains to, right? And like we said, there were things that Dateline had that directly came from Koberger's phone. That is a problem. Whether you like it or not, whether we loved what we saw on Dateline or not, we have to be fair and admit that was a problem. I shouldn't know what's on his phone yet.
Potential jurors. The jury pool is still out there.
I know.
The entire jury pool is out there. How many of those people watched the Dateline episode?
We don't know. Not all.
Some, no,
I,
but some, right?
right, and that's what I've always said. Not everybody watches all that stuff. Like I don't watch the local news, but I watch me some Datelines, right? Um, so it's a toss up as to whether it really affects the jury pool or not. But the more that stuff is out there, the le- the more it's going to affect them in some, especially as long as it takes these cases to go to trial. You know what I mean? If there's something on the news every month or two or whatever, um, who knows? But still, I shouldn't know what's on Koberger's phone at this point.
Nope.
I honestly shouldn't. When they were showing it, I was like, man, somebody going to get into some trouble because that's some pretty. That's not like leaking little tidbits of information, right? They leaked all the damn shit. They leaked all his phone stuff. They leaked all the Linda or the 1122 footage. It was like crazy. Um, According to the court, finds it's imperative to attempt to see that the source of such lack or leak is identified and held to account, and that doing so is the best deterrent to future violations. According to the court, finds it appropriate to exercise its discretion by entering this order. It is hereby ordered that the persons who at any time, past or present, work directly or indirectly by employment, contract, consultation, or otherwise for or on behalf of defendant Koberger or his defense counsel, or otherwise engaged in the investigation of the murders at that are subject of the instant case on their behalf, are hereby prohibited from deleting, discarding, overriding, destroying, altering, or otherwise making unavailable, whether electronic or material form. They can't be deleting none of their records. They just did. Don't be deleting y'all's phones. So anybody who ever worked on the defense team at any point, y'all are being side-eyed too. And anybody working on the behalf of the prosecution, if they go to look into them and they've deleted shit on their phones, they're so in trouble. Judge says right here, I order you do not destroy, delete, discard, overwrite, alter, or otherwise make
Uh-oh.
available
Uh-oh.
records, files, documents, metadata, messages, emails, text messages, direct or private, phone logs, or communications. Oh, Keith Morrison, your producer, going to be in trouble. Oops. Regardless of whether made or kept on a work owned or personal account, device, or messaging app, that in any way relate to or document the fact of substance communications with third persons, including representatives of the media or other persons or entities outside of law enforcement, which communications in any way relate to, refer to, or concern the investigation or defense of Brian Koberger. The facts or allegations uncovered or reported to law enforcement or defense counsel concerning Brian Koberger, or the investigation into the homicides that are the subject of the current or potential criminal prosecution of Brian Koberger. That tells me everything we saw in Dateline was true. I don't know how y'all taking all that, but I'm taking what we saw in Dateline.
Right. Right.
Yep.
they got good intel somehow.
Yeah, they did. But
Hmm.
who decided to risk it, right? Um, All such documents or materials or records that could potentially constitute a document, even if it is uncertain whether such meet the criteria, shall be preserved and must be protected from deletion, alteration, or less until further order from the court. Any feature on any device or account that is set to automatically delete. Can we get this guy in Delphi? Delete or override information that could be covered by this order must immediately be disabled. Wow. It is further ordered that within 7 days, the lead defense counsel shall submit to the court in camera a list of all individuals with their team, past or present, who are known to have had access to any facts related to the investigation of the defendant, including but not
Wow.
limited to including
Wow.
but not limited to surveillance videos of suspect vehicle 1, the AT&T records of the defendant's cell phone, and the content of the defendant's cell phone and other electronic devices and social media accounts, including internet search history, photographs, information associated with defendant's Amazon account, or any information referenced in the above mentioned Dateline episode regarding this case. Counsel is further required to provide a copy of this order to all such individuals and documents. Are they thinking somebody on the defense might have done all that?
It's
Failure to
happened
comply.
before. It's
Yeah,
happened before.
it has. Failure to comply with this order may be a basis for a finding of contempt. Um, there's one more. I want to go see if it says the same thing for the prosecutor. It probably does, right? I think it does. Because that one was for the defense. This one's the same exact filing. And I bet it's going to be held for, so they don't know which side did it. Let me put this back up here and I'll show you guys so you can see it as well. But it appears to be the same document. Okay, this one though, at the top it says document and records hold order. They go and list all the things that we just read over there on that document. Um, all such documents or materials or records could potentially constitute it is further ordered that within 7 days, the state shall submit to the court in-camera list of all individuals with law enforcement, prosecuting agencies, past or present. Yep, they want everybody's everything, whether you're on the fence or I don't blame them. Anything pertaining to the date. Well, we read all that. Okay. Within 7 days, the state must provide to the court a written plan designed to address and prevent the future unauthorized disclosure of information related to this case and what it has done and proposes to do. Wow. So,
Mr. Morrison, you're in trouble, buddy. You caused
yeah,
a whole lot of trouble.
yeah, Judge Hippler wasn't happy about it. You could tell, and that's what that closed part of the hearing was this morning. When they went late, we had to wait a half hour. They were in there discussing all that. No, Rachel, the camera footage that was out was from Linda Lane. Totally separate camera. 1112 is the neighbor's house that faces King and Queen intersection. Linda Lane footage came from behind the home in the parking lot back there. That was literally not leaked by anybody on the defense or prosecution. It was sold by the guy who owned it to somebody on the internet. And I digress from that whole conversation at this point because I don't want to end up in a court document nowhere. And I don't want nobody knocking on my door and asking me questions. But someone leaked that a long, 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 long time ago. But it matches that other footage. So that's separate footage, hun. But yeah, the only thing we had in the past about that particular camera was a screenshot that could show us what it could see from its angle, which was a clear vision of the intersection. That's all that was leaked. It was a screenshot showing us what it could show us potentially. So all this that we just saw, that car movement stuff there, was all new, all leaked. We've known they have it because it's in the court documents, right? But what's been out there has been Linda Lane footage, two separate things. In fact, there's videos all up over my YouTube about Linda Lane and the new stuff. All right, guys, I got to run to the store. I hate that I have to go to the store. I don't want to, but I got to go down there for a minute. And I'll be back in the morning to cover Karen Reed, possibly if I make it. Depends on who they call as their first witness. I'm a little Gemini. I might dip out in the middle of the game. You never know about me. That's why till you don't. If I get bored and I'm done with it, I'm out. Peace out. I'll never look back. You can believe that. Anyway, so I'm gonna go. I gotta go check on my friend too and see what's going on with her. And you guys, thank you for coming in today and hanging out with me all day. Y'all, I've been up since like 3:30, so I think I'm starting to feel a little delirious. Joe, thanks for coming up and helping to try to add to the commentary. Although we tried to listen to a bunch of rambling all damn afternoon. I didn't know it
Right.
was
Well,
be like that.
thanks for having me up. Everybody have a good night.
Yeah, thank you guys. Thank you, Joe, for joining us. We do appreciate it. Guys, I do appreciate all of you so much. And thank you for being here. And we'll be back tomorrow morning with day 16, I think. 17, I got to check. Good night. Thank you, mods.
watching this here video. Please like and subscribe and follow. Much love from Little Yas to each of you.
Firefly. Oh, okay.